Hello, hello, and welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day, morning, evening, wherever you are. Let's jump back into the Elder Scrolls Online. It's been a couple of days since I played. Yeah, let's get into this. We left off at K'narthi's Roost, where I traveled to after having done the tutorial area, the Keyrights Gallery. I chose that as my starting location because, as you can see, I'm part of the Altmeri Dominion, and that's their starting zone, if you will. Let's jump right into it. And I don't like my armor. I like the one that I previously had a lot more, but hopefully I'll find another one that looks better than what I now have. Right, I always forget that there are also like daily things, daily rewards. Not that I really wanted to have this, but what is this anyways? Crown Fortifying Meal. I even have 2 of those still in my bank. Increase max health, magicka, stamina. Who the fuck are you? Why are you just walking into my screen? Your scaled based on your level. Crown Soul Gem. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like a couple of these daily rewards are pretty cool, and other ones are pretty shit. I don't know. Anyways, I'm not really the biggest fan of daily rewards either way. I don't mind them necessarily, but I think they're a bit... especially if you're also subscribing to a game. EVE Online does this too, but I feel like in EVE it's way simpler, and the stuff you get is things you that just sort of adds to your gameplay experience, whereas here I feel like they're much more sort of special. In a way, maybe that's just me. I don't know. Sortable items. How long does this last? For 2 hours. So it probably makes sense that I eat one of these. Ew, why do we have a fork that's made out of bones? Well, that was weird. But yeah, probably makes sense to have the buff on for the duration of me playing. Right, so this is where we left off last time. There was a murder investigation. So let's see if I can get this together again. The Altmeri Dominion's fleet got shipwrecked on this island, possibly due to a storm that was conjured up by the pirates that are in cahoots with the local elves, who have a special name that the Maoma, I think it was. Right, and the local Maoma ambassador. So those guys, they essentially wanted to keep control over the island, right? And the local ambassador killed or had one of the 2 Altmeri Dominion captains. Like they were some sort of leader within the Dominion fleet that arrived here. We had 2 of them. He wanted to kill both of them, but he started with one, and during our investigation we found that he was the murderer, basically, or had the guy killed, right? And the wife, the person who was killed, took what we can only presume was some pretty bloody revenge. She, yeah. And I let her be, because I think, why not? I didn't really see... I want to play a morally gray character anyways, and yeah, I thought that was the best course of action. But as soon as that happened, we learned about an attack on the harbor. Whatever the Maoma were planning to do on this island, or planning to do in the future, they now essentially started their whole plan. Let me see if we can... is it this one? No. There we go. Yeah. The Meoma seek to prevent the Dominion from establishing themselves on Kanathi's roost. They've launched a full-scale attack on Cat's Eye Quay, which is the harbor part that I've actually not been to so far. Dominion Commander Corinith needs help holding the line against the Meoma invasion. I should speak with her at the docks. Let's do that, because that seems a lot more time relevant, time sensitive than the two other quests that I still need to do here. Let's see, there's a lot of players around today. Interesting. I feel like last time there was way less going on. I think it was this way, right? Let me just double check. Oh wait, no, that's another quest, right? Yeah, that's where I need to go. So the harbor's over there. And I think, right, when we go down the steps over to this side, I'm pretty sure.
My time is precious.
What? What are you saying? Also, let me just double check what I've bound to what, just so that I remember. So R1's the soul scythe thing. L1 was the new thing that I haven't really used, I think, which is the uppercut, right? And that was just a... Was it just a normal thing? Yeah, that's just additional damage. Triangle is the charge, square for the soul, absorption, and square is another healing ability. All right, let's get into this.
I'm just livid.
There we go. I do think that the harbor and everything looks pretty quiet for there being an apparent full-scale invasion of the place, but sure. Do you have anything to say to that?
After that storm for some time to come. And I don't just mean the docks.
All right. Also interesting, considering that the... Well, it was the Meoma who apparently worked together with the pirates to conjure up the storm, right? It's not the locals.
You there. The Marmor attacked Cat's Eye Quay with their Sea Viper forces. We need every able body for the rescue effort.
You were preparing for a counterattack?
Huh. A counterattack? I'd settle for an organized defense. Our forces are scattered too thin. If we can't hold the gates, Mistral will fall to the Marmor.
So, what can I do?
I'll coordinate Dominion forces from here, but I can't lock down this gate until the survivors clear out of the market. Send them my way. We need everyone able to defend Mistral on this side of the wall.
Okay. Direct survivors to safety. Let's see. Still looks pretty quiet over here, to be completely honest. Right, I don't want to steal anything.
Snakes, giant snakes.
Oh, they've locked the door.
Pirates came from the water. They're all over Cat's Eye Quay.
So what happened exactly?
Sea vipers happened. One must have struck me on the head. When I woke, a sea viper was carving strange runes on my bodyguard's skin. I hit that awful pirate with a broken spar and we ran.
The whole runes thing, isn't that what they did to that other person we found in the serpent cave? So they're using dead bodies for whatever storms and other magic they can summon, right?
No, we can still move. We'll head to Mistral if it's safe there. By the 8, it's inspiring to see Dominion soldiers. Maybe Sergeant Firion can pull off our counterattack.
Wait, what counterattack?
The Marine by the gate to Cat's Eye Quay plans to strike back at the Sea Vipers. I'm sure she can tell you the details. We'll get moving. Gods grant you strength.
Wait, what does the other one not know about that? We could coordinate that better. Can we actually see? I guess that's their boats. I think I mentioned this last time, but I definitely recognize how difficult it is to pull things like this off in an MMO setting like this, but I do wish that it would just, I don't know, maybe add some background noises so that you know that there's something going on the harbor or something.
We can't let those Marama pirates reach Mistral. They'll butcher our families.
Yeah, okay.
I saw great serpents emerge from the waters. Those sea viper cowards made them snap at everyone in striking distance.
Yeah, somehow, I don't know what exactly they're doing to the bodies, but somehow that either has to conjure up the snakes, or maybe maybe they needed some sort of sign for the snakes so that they can control them properly. Were you wounded?
No. When I saw my neighbors fall, I ran. What kind of Khajiit am I? You were with Dominion, yes? Your Sergeant Firian plans to strike back. Give those pirate cowards a trouncing.
You should get to safety. Head to Mistral.
I'll do no such thing. If any of those sea vipers shows a face on this side of the gate, I'll claw it off myself.
All right, I respect that. I do also find it interesting that we're just sort of accepted into the Dominion. I mean, I guess most of them still think that we were shipwrecked with them as well. I hope that gets addressed at some point or continues somehow.
What are you doing here? It doesn't matter. If you're in the mood to cave in some sea viper skulls, I don't really care.
That's pretty cool, though. That's like a little thing that I do remember from having played this game, or tried to play this game a couple of times, is that they do have these follow-up links throughout the quests, right? Where you meet people that you've already met in other quests again, which is pretty cool. One of the survivors said you were planning a counterattack.
Feel that cold air rushing off the sea? Just like it was before the hurricane. We can't wait to cut off the snake's head. We are the Dominion counterattack.
So we're 3 people, I think. Cool. What can I do?
I sent my squad to scout Cat's Eye Key. If they haven't learned what the Sea Viper's plan, we can poke around until we figure out what needs chopping.
Oh, that's pronounced key? Did I say Quay? Key? I mean, I know the word. I would presume it's an old spelling, right? Shouldn't you hold the gate? So, right, her squad, they were 4 people, right? So they're all out there already doing the counterattacking. Shouldn't you hold the gate?
I'll hold the gate if you think you'll have need for a wizard. Or you could bring a Dominion Marine. Up to you.
I might need to bring a wizard. Let me think about this. That's a weird way of phrasing that. Doesn't that seem as if she's the wizard? Well, I know you, so come with me.
Then let's fillet these fish elf bastards.
So he could have also come with me. Is that correct?
Give those Maoma a few kicks to the shin, would you?
Well, technically, he might be pretty capable of defending the gate, correct? As a wizard? Alright, there we go. Find signs of the Maoma plan. Search tavern, warehouse, mine. Wait, how many buildings are here? What? Oh, these guys are enemies. Alright, let's... Holy shit! Alright, that was pretty good. She's following me, correct? That's also pretty cool. I have to say, though, I do think the gameplay's pretty cool in these sections. I almost wish they would have a bit more gameplay from time to time. Not that I mind talking a lot. Gameplay's pretty fun, though. Like, really fun.
I thought I'd never escape.
Yeah, get to safety, my dude. Maple restoration star. Sure, I'll take that. Wait, we can rescue people? I didn't know that. Does that count somehow? Oh, whoa, shit. That was the wrong... Press the wrong button. It's L2, not L1 to block. Alright. So I guess I'll need to look out for people that need rescuing. A whole bunch of stuff burning here. What's going on?
Hey, squad got separated. Nistel and I found Onglorn. They hurt him bad.
What happened?
Sea vipers carved runes in his chest. I grabbed him. Nistel held them off.
Yeah, I still don't know what exactly the runes are for. I mean, yeah, sure, there's something that they're doing with that, right? Maybe they need that to have a target for the storm, or they needed to conjure up the storm. But what are they doing? Are the runes then sucking out the life energy of a person so that they have more energy for whatever they're trying to do?
Hunting sea vipers. If you see her, tell her Onglorn will be alright.
Did you learn what they plan for Mistral?
Whoever wrote these notes has an idea. I'd start there.
Okay. Well, he does look pretty hurt, not gonna lie. Wait, notes? Quest items? Are there these ones? Something's building, something big. The air in Cat's Eye Key positively crackles. It's nothing like the ancient energies at the Temple of the Morning Springs. This is fresh, nearly bursting at the edges. I feel like I maybe should have done the temple quest first, but... they're clearly connected, so I presume that they're maybe utilizing some ancient magic that was here on the island to begin with, right? The carvings on the bodies clearly has something to do with it. Ritual magic, perhaps. I must investigate further. I'm interested to see, though. I don't think it's going to just auto-complete the other quest once I've done this. So I presume that... Oh, the people we can rescue respawn too. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, I wonder if it'll... like, how that'll work. Right? She look pretty hot, not gonna lie. They all have the serpents with them too, right? Wait, where's that we need to go? That uppercut takes pretty long though to be done. Or maybe I just pressed the button for too long? I feel like sometimes it takes longer and sometimes it doesn't take too long. Water skin? Oh. Bit of water in here. Sure, let's mine some stuff while we're rescuing people. Right. Nothing in here. Yeah, that uppercut, it's pretty powerful, but it obviously leaves you... Oh, nice, a recipe. Salmon with radish slaw. Cool. I can learn that right away. Ooh. Well, you made short work of them. Oh no! She's dead? What happened? The Marine's body is covered in wounds, sword slashes, broken bones, and even a few fang marks. Her weapons are broken. Heavy scoring mars her armor. One limp hand holds a bloody bandage. The other grips a bloodied piece of paper.
Oh. Nistel.
Yeah, I actually feel pretty bad for her. That is definitely what this game does fairly well. introducing these NPCs, but then also not shying away from just killing them off right away. I feel like sometimes 14 could use some of that, right? Obviously not that often, because you do want it to have an impact, right? But that's why Teslene's death in Shadowbringers works so well, because you don't really. Not only do you not really expect it, but it's also a person that they do introduce, but then, you know, she dies fairly quickly. They could use that a couple more times. I feel like that would increase... Like, I don't think that NPCs necessarily have to die, but, you know, hurting them badly, or at least upping the stakes for a lot of them, I think can be a pretty effective way of making you care about quote-unquote more random NPCs more often. I wish the quest items would be more noticeable. I still wonder... I don't know, I feel like that's a bug, or maybe I've done something wrong, because typically it shows me here that I have new items, right? I know that that mainly is connected to this thing, which I find it annoying that this is counted as a new item, whereas this does not display that properly for some reason. It's no use. The rune carvings are too deep into the subjects. None survive the process. Only the Mooma can tell me why these carvings matter, and they've proven somewhat resistant to my questioning. The energy seemed to flow toward the cave mouth at the end of Cat's Eye Key. Could there be a connection with those serpent-shaped totems? I must learn their secrets. Serpent-shaped totems. It feels like... So they're definitely utilizing some sort of innate body energy here through these carvings. The only question being, are they trying to conjure up a big storm? Or are they... Maybe they're also trying to conjure up some sort of sea serpent, like a big sea serpent or something. I do also quite like the death effect on a lot of these people. Oh, this is not an interesting note, apparently. So the way they're falling over when you kill them feels actually fairly impactful. And honestly, works better than in Skyrim. Now, this game is technically newer than Skyrim, but since it's an MMO, it's still kind of a, you know, kind of a bad thing that it wasn't better made in Skyrim, or it wasn't working better in Skyrim. I do feel quite powerful though, which does make me wonder if I'm... Well, I can't be over-leveled, right? This all scales with you. I guess it's not really... It doesn't really make too much sense for it to be too complicated, but... can I kill you? I can. Huh. Cool. Zah.
A ringing head is bad, but when it remains somewhat head-shaped, that is good, yes?
Yeah.
I was in the caves, working, when I heard a strange howling. Then warriors came out of nowhere and struck without mercy.
Who attacked? And actually, how did you survive?
Sea vipers, Maorma pirates. We paid protection through the month and let them put those strange totems in our cave. They've never been in the skooma trade. I meant moon sugar. Hit my head, you see.
Wait, isn't moon sugar equally bad? Wait, isn't moon sugar the stuff you make skooma out of? I don't fully remember how it worked in Elder Scrolls. Wait, so you're a dock worker who also dabbled in drugs, and you paid protection to the sea vipers by letting them in, and they put up these totems, okay. So they've been planning this for quite a while. Which makes me wonder if... Do the Maoma... Like, did they want stronger control of the island? Because didn't they have control over the island? I guess they must have known that the Dominion might come for it, right? And just prepared in case? Or... Well, it could also be a big fleet like the one that got shipwrecked here would take a fairly long time to arrive, correct? So if they had some sort of way of knowing that it started to... consider this, right? I mean, this is a bit medieval inspired, right? So a big fleet would take a while to get somewhere. And even before they start their journey, they already would have had to prepare for it, right? So if you have insider information on that, and they somehow got wind of the Dominion preparing a big fleet, they might have reacted to that and put up these totems so that they were prepared whenever the fleet arrived.
Our deaths, I suppose? After they killed enough of us, they left the rest of us alone. They knew we wouldn't fight back. They only paid attention to those totems. Well, until they collapsed the cave entrance.
Okay, why?
Some high elf wizard tried to get in, so they collapsed it. I dove outside. Lucky me. The wizard tried to tell me something, but I couldn't hear him at all. He stuffed this paper in my hands and walked off. Here, maybe you can make sense of it.
High elf wizard? Should I know who that is? I feel like we've met that person already. You should get to safety, though.
What's that? My ears were ringing. Would you mind repeating the obvious? Wait, don't think me ungrateful. The wizard was looking for another way into the caves. I heard rumors of a secret door by the cliffs, but I never saw it myself.
Alright, thanks. Get out of here, man! Oh, there we go. Into the wind tunnel. So this is collapsed, alright? Did we get a third note? We did. Exhilarating. The holding, the lighting, it's all energy drawn to the stone totems in that cave. But when I tried to enter, those fool Maoma collapsed the entrance. To any Dominion personnel who find the adult skooma smuggler with these orders, I seek another way into the cave complex. Approach if you see me about the key, so I may requisition your services in my search. Ale seal. Right, that's one of the people from her squad, right? Fool Maoma collapsed the entrance. I wonder if the Maoma themselves, or at least some of the more basic soldiers or something, if they also maybe don't really know what the hell is going on here? That looked pretty horrible, not gonna lie. That was my sword, right? Wow. That looked fairly brutal. Is there, by the way... So the thing is just... The uppercut does take quite a bit longer than the rest of the attacks. So even though it is a strong attack... I think the skills tell you how much damage they deal. Oh, cast time, 0.8 seconds. All right. It feels longer than that for some reason. No, wait, that's not the one. Hungry Scythe. Cast time instant. Okay. I think that's mainly talking about the specific point where the damage goes out, though, right? It still takes a bit after that until you can actually do your next attack, I feel like. Wind tunnel. Let's see what's going on here. That looks not good.
These totems seem to harness a combination of wind and spirit. I wonder if I c... Excuse me, do you mind?
Oh wait, wasn't he one of the ambassadors for the Dominion? The one that also... where the Maoma ambassador was also planning on killing him too. We're here to stop the Vipers.
Indeed. I suppose that's optimal. These Sea Viper rituals are barbaric, but quite effective. The hurricane they summoned to dash our fleet against Kanafi's roost? That's nothing compared to their current efforts.
Okay. Wait, wouldn't they kill just the island then? What's worse than a hurricane?
You clearly haven't studied the fundamentals of blood sacrifice. You see, these serpent-shaped statues, they're storm totems. They collect spirit energies from rune-marked subjects and channel it, like water through a funnel.
Alright, yeah. So far so good. That's kind of what I had deduced as well. Not that it was difficult to know that. But why? Why do you need a blood sacrifice for a storm? That feels... like it wouldn't really be all that connected, right? How can we block it?
Exactly the right question. It seems the Sea Vipers use a specialized lodestone to block the channel. Approach an active storm totem, hold forth the lodestone, and harmlessly siphon the energy away. You should see for yourself.
Wait, and you have one of those lodestones? Why haven't you already done that then? Are you sure it's harmless?
Completely. Go ahead, don't be shy. It's not as though the storm totem's energies will cascade throughout your body until you're nothing but a lifeless, smoking husk. But do avoid standing in the puddles, would you?
Yeah. That doesn't really sound like something we should trust, but sure. That was easy. Also, why is this weird puppet thing standing here? Feels like a weird place to put it.
Phenomenal. I knew proximity was the key. And look at you. Not even a hint of electrocution.
This fucking asshole.
You have the principle. Now to apply it to the other storm totems before... Well, best not to worry about that.
So he wasn't sure if it was going to work without being harmed, right? And so he just let us do the work instead of getting himself into danger. I see what you're doing.
No, I really shouldn't worry you.
Tell me why the Sea Vipers need these storm totems.
I can't say for certain. It's one of two things, neither of which is good for anyone on this island. You don't stoop to blood sacrifice unless you need a lot of energy very quickly. And, well, to release it just as quickly.
Okay. So blood sacrifice then just means that through that blood sacrifice ritual, you can essentially access the life energy of a subject quicker than if you were to, well, do a normal ritual, I guess?
Listen, you handle the storm totems. I'll determine how to best counteract the Sea Viper blood ritual without destroying Mistral. Does that seem equitable? The only certainty is the lack of time. You should hurry.
Alright. Fair enough. Anything of interest over here? Nope. Alright, 5 totems. How do you know there's 5? Well, there's one. Oh, get these mushrooms. They look like you should be able to get them. Also, why isn't anybody here? Seems suspiciously empty around these parts. Does look like an old mine shaft though, doesn't it? Was there somebody in here before me? Because this is actually fairly creepy. Hey. Sure. Methicline. Beverages. That is still so weird to me. That jumping and the interact button are the exact same. Oh, can I not cook here? That's interesting. It is quite strange though, right? Did they spread their forces too thin, or... Maybe whatever they try to conjure is so powerful that they didn't want to stay around for that either. But they just got the hell out of here because they knew that it was... But those people that the Khajiit skooma smuggler was talking about, oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I think these might be the people that killed everybody. Right? Is that a player though? Is it a player with a companion? Because it says Bloodhurt Marine. Oh, that's her. Oh, right. For a second, I completely forgot that I have a companion with me too. Yeah, so I think that the, hey, level 6, nice. Insane. I think that the 0.8 seconds cast time, that's the wind-up that the uppercut has, right? And I guess whatever comes after is your normal quote-unquote recast. This game doesn't really have a GCD per se though, or maybe it has in the background. Let's just quickly, before they respawn, I wanna... Or maybe I can just move on. I guess it doesn't really make sense to stay here. Let's just get in here real quick and claim my level up stuff. Soul Gem Crown Experience Scroll. You gain a 50% experience point bonus from all sources for 2 hours. Time pauses when you are offline, resumes when you return. And 3 Soul Gems. Are these already filled up, or... Did they think I was an enemy? Sure. I feel like... Well, at this point, I don't know. Maybe... Am I putting too many points into health? It is somewhat weird because I feel like I have a lot of health. I know that a couple of my abilities are also scaling off of it, so... In theory, it makes... But let's put 1 point into Magicka. I don't want to end up at some point, you know, not having enough. So... Considering I'm a Breton, that also makes sense, I think. Alright, now to the more complicated part. What the hell do I want to level? So in order to level this at all, would I need to invest into it? Sometimes that's weird with how this works. Right, can I... This is already morphed, correct? Or is it not? Wait, that's the healing that I'm not really using currently anyways. Embrace the power of death, removing up to 2 negative effects. Cost of all your abilities are reduced by 3. Well, I mean, negative effects haven't really been a problem so far, so... This, I think I already morphed, correct? This is a shield. that's the AoE stuff. These cannot be morphed quite yet. Armor, I'm still not really sure. It's too early for that. Okay, what do we have here? Soul splitting trap or consuming strap? Consuming strap? Trap. Affects additional enemies near your initial target, but for a shorter duration. Reduces the cost as the ability ranks up. Lay claim to enemy souls, dealing magic damage to your target and any other nearby enemies over 10 seconds. Fills an empty soul gem if an affected enemy dies. Well, I mean, this could be powerful later on, but I think in general, at least at this point, you don't really get that many soul gems, so making the ability to fill them AoE, I think, is a bit overkill. What does this do? Also restore health, magicka, and stamina if enemy dies while affected. Lay claim to an enemy soul, dealing 10,000 magic damage over 20 seconds. That's a fairly long damage over time effect for this game, I think. If an affected enemy dies, you fill an empty soul gem, heal for health, restore magicka and stamina. This portion of the ability scales of your max health, magicka, and stamina. Wow. Yeah, let's do that, honestly. That sounds pretty cool. So now I even have a way to restore my magicka. Although this is only if the enemy dies, correct? So if I'm fighting, let's say, a somewhat powerful boss, it wouldn't really help me. Unless the boss summons ads, I guess. The whole soul trap thing is still kind of weird to me because in order to use it, you still have to have it on your bar, right? But it does feel more like a sort of niche. I mean, sure, you can use it in your normal quote-unquote rotation, right? But it does feel a bit like a niche extra ability, maybe. I don't know. Also, it only really levels up if you, or rather, well, the skill only seems to level up if you actually trap souls with it, for some reason, so. Oh, right. Let's activate the scroll, correct? Oh, I have 2 empty soul gems, alright. But the ones that I just got for the level up are full. Use. Right, there we go. Wait, did I? Oh, no, I think the other effect actually ran out, right? There we go. Oh, fuck. I forgot the soul... the soul thing. Nope. Pressed the wrong button again. Sometimes, for some reason, I always want to press L1 instead of L2 for the whole thingy. Oh, that still counted. Interesting. I felt like that was...
Free at last.
Free at last. Felt like that was way too late. Alright. Okay,
this is Ilsil, speaking directly to your mind.
Oh.
Find my Psijic projection near the tunnel exit. I know how to stop the Marma.
Cool. Is there like a leader here somewhere? I don't think so. Don't these caves also sometimes have skystone shards? I feel like I do remember that being a thing. Why can everybody in this game do these spiritual projections?
I know what they're planning. Through my Psijic projection, I observed an old ritual site north of Mistral. The Sea Vipers summoned a powerful creature known as a Storm Atronach. They're funneling all that energy into their bound Storm Slave.
There we go. What does that mean? What do you think it means?
The creature can only hold so much energy before it discorporates. All the energy will wash over Kanathi's roost, killing anything it touches. Except for the thunderbugs, of course. Oh, and the mountain north of Mistral will shatter, leaving no trace of the town.
Why do they... What? Why do they want to do that, though? I thought the Maoma were planning on using the island as sort of a defense mechanism. What are they gaining by just destroying everything? Unless they want access to some sort of... Maybe it has something to do with that temple? Maybe they want access to some sort of old... I don't know, spells? Things that are hidden here for some reason? There must be a way to stop this.
Ha! There's the genius of their plan. How do you bind a creature made of storm energies? With the wind itself. 3 ritual horns trap Storm Slave. But the lodestone now has enough storm energy to counteract the false winds. Elegant, yes?
Yeah. True. What happens when I release Storm Slave from its bonds?
It will shed its corporeal form and safely release its stored energy. By safely, I mean in relation to Kanathi's roost. I recommend moving a fair distance away from Storm Slave when this happens. Perhaps keeping solid rock between it and yourself?
Alright, sounds good.
You'll have no trouble. But in the event you do, I've opened a portal at a distance of 1 league from Kanathi's roost. There I'll tread water in the open sea until I've observed your success. Merely a precaution. I have every confidence.
Sure you do. So this guy's gonna nope the fuck out and just gonna chill until we've done his dirty work, I guess. I do find it weird that the camera doesn't pan up properly whenever you're talking to a ghost figure like this. I don't think that bug existed last time I played, so it's just kind of... I don't know why. It's weird. Maybe it has something to do with my FOV, although I don't really think so. I mean, I didn't really change it, right? So, hey, that's a... Oh, no, wait, that's... They're weird. Ooh. I always forget that you actually fall down when that happens. So you do want to block that properly. Ooh. Hello, giant snake. Wait, this is actually a boss. Interesting. Uppercut can now be moved. Maple and Fern Staff. This is pretty cool. Finally some decent enemies to fight, although they're still fairly easy to kill. And also, I mean, just sort of considering my basic resources, I have a lot. Like, I'm not really running... Ooh. See, that looks horrifying. How they look like when they get frozen. What the fuck? Yeah, what was I gonna say? The amount of... So, that I have a lot of health compared to these enemies, or rather, kill them fairly quickly and deal a lot more damage than they do, I get that, right? It is a starting area, and so on and so forth, but... What I do find interesting is that my resources are quite deep as well, right? I have a lot of things to deal with them. Like, my stamina and magicka don't ever really drop all that much. Wait, is this thing dead already? far, so good. I do wonder how difficult that golem is going to be to defeat. Oh wait, was that all three already? No, that one's still here. There we go. Ooh, did I actually fill the soul gems? Is that here? I did. Alright. Yeah, they just fill with what's it called? With humanoid souls. So I don't think that soul sizes or stuff like that work as they do in the single player games. That was too late. There we go. I was poisoned, interestingly enough, in that scenario, I think. But so far, the...
Children of the sea, your bonds cannot hold the tempest.
Oh, well, she's chilling. What the fuck? Leave! Why isn't she... That was weird. Wait, where the hell did he go? Let me grab this real quick. Well, the Dominion guy said to only get some rocks between us, right? So, technically, this should be enough, I think. Are we escaping the ritual site? Oh, there we go. Wait! It's all of you guys here. Cool. So I guess we've successfully managed to fend off their attack then.
My friend, to escape death so triumphantly is constant thrill, yes? Not so thrilling for the Maumar, of course.
I still don't really get what they were planning to do with the island in the first place, or what they would gain out of that.
The Maumar are fled or dead thanks to your efforts. Kenarthi's roost is safe and voluntarily a part of the Aldmeri Dominion. So if you must know, Razumdar keeps an eye on promising people.
I like this guy. He's really intriguing. Pretty cool. I hope he stays around. Yeah, that kind of backfired for the Maoma, right? Now that Kenarthi's roost is under the Aldmeri Dominion. I just hope that the Dominion is gonna, you know, respect them at least a bit more than the Maoma did, because, yeah, the island's definitely worth it. Storm Slave's Razor. Sounds pretty cool.
If Raz had known you would do so well, he would have scrounged you a nicer reward. Apologies. The Mistral Armory is not what it once was.
So what now?
The Maumar are like drunken uncle. Chase them off, and they always come back. Next time, Kenarthi will be waiting for them. Problem is, there are places that will not be so prepared.
What places?
If the Vipers are here in numbers strong enough to assault Kenarthi, all of the southern seas are in danger. The Queen is in Oridon right now, beginning a royal visit. Raz would ask you to head to Volkelgard and report to Watch Captain Astanya.
Okay. I did not I thought the Sea Vipers were actually kind of a local pirate gang, but I guess they're much bigger than I thought. Southern Seas. The Queen is in Oridon right now. Alright.
Astanya can pass word to Her Majesty. Perhaps you can catch a ride on the Prowler. Raz Her Jimila plans to set sail. He suspects she may owe you a favor.
Oh, the ship that we helped repair, right? Alright. What questions can I still ask him?
Of course. After all you have done for us here, it would be rude of Raz to say no.
So who's this watch captain?
Astanya's the lovely watch captain of the Volkelgard Watch. Raz has shared more than one drink with the captain, and more than one fight. She's getting a bit grouchy now that she's tied to one port, but she should set you aright.
Okay. For some reason, I thought he was going to say, and more than one night, and not fight. But, well, I guess that could still be true, and he's just not sharing that with us. So what are you going to do?
This one is a simple Khajiit, like he said when we first met. He resolves issues as they come up. He acts in the best interest of the Dominion and the Queen.
You think I'll see you again?
Oh, Raz would not be surprised. You have already proven yourself a competent sword. Simple Khajiit like this one have a tendency to need competent people like you.
Cool. I'm looking forward to it. Nice. And another level. Board the skiff. I don't want to do that immediately, though. I do want to take a look at the other quests that I still have here. Well, first of all, let's do the level up. Gold Coast Swift Survivor Elixir. Restores health immediately, grants major fortitude and major expedition, increasing your health, recovery, and movement speed. Also grants unstoppable for 8 seconds, granting you immunity to knockback and disabling effects. Okay. So this is just a quick restore health, basically.
Every part?
You're hopeless.
Okay, I think... Max Magica. Uppercut can be morphed. Okay. So I think I'm going to do that. Currently it just deals physical damage. Alright, let's see what we can do. Also sets the enemy off balance. Hitting off balance enemies stuns them. Enemies that are immune to off balance are snared. Okay, that sounds pretty awesome. So even if they're immune to one status effect, they then get another one. Slam an enemy with an upward swing, dealing physical damage and setting them off balance for 7 seconds. Hitting an enemy that is already off balance stuns them for 2 seconds. Targets that are immune to off balance are snared by 40% for 2 seconds. It's not a very long effect though. Though I do imagine, so would this be somewhat equivalent to an interrupt then? So if they're doing something that you don't want them to do, you can hit them with it? Or we can get Wrecking Blow. Grants you Empower after casting. Grants you Empower for 5 seconds, increasing the damage of your heavy attacks against monsters by 145%. I don't know. That feels less interesting to me. First of all, it's also only for 5 seconds. And heavy attacks are only when I hold down R2. I'm not really doing that all too often because I feel like it's just less fun because it's not as fast. Let's go with this one then. Okay. Cool. Take a look at my quest reward. Yeah, so I got... Oh no, wait, that's the meal. I got 25 of these potions. When would I ever need 25 of those potions? Oh yeah, also I'm still messing... I mean, I could put them back into my bank, I suppose. I don't necessarily need to do these. I might know where this is, though. Yeah, this one I... no idea. Storm Slave's Razor. So that is... it is a two-handed sword. This one's the one I currently have on, right? This is level 6, so the damage is a bit higher. It deals 500 more shock damage than this does frost damage. Increases chance to apply status effects by 305%. And it adds health as well. Part of the trainee set. The grip of this massive sword tingles at your touch. While holding it, you can always feel a fresh breeze. Bind to add to your set collection. Oh, wait, you have to bind items if you want to... Okay.
Maybe we should
How do set
some lightning rods.
collections work then? So can you just somehow go back and equip the set at some point? It looks pretty cool. Could be a tiny bit longer. Or rather, not longer. I think the handle's just kind of weird. Because it's almost 40% handle. Especially also since the, fuck, what's that called? Not the tip. Well, the thing between the handle and the blade, right? I know that it has a specific name. I'm just kind of blanking on that right now. But that also has this very long, almost secondary blade to it, which makes the whole sword look as if it's only 50% blade, which is kind of weird for a sword. That's still cool. Definitely like it. Did I get anything else? Doesn't seem to be the case. Collections. Set items. Transmute crystals. Okay. Miscellaneous. Starter zones. Well, there's quite a bit already registered here. Okay, so there apparently is some sort of currency, it looks like. And I would guess that wherever you get that currency from, or rather, well, you can use that currency to get set items back, right? At your current level. Which is pretty awesome. So that means that you can... The set items will just be registered to your character, and even if you're lower level, you can get them at a higher level once you reach that level, and if you like the effect on them. That's a pretty cool system. I do like that. I'm wondering where you get the crystals from, but yeah. Okay, and then also the journal. So the other quest is still there.
Maybe we should invest in some lightning rods.
Been asked to investigate some strange occurrences on Kanazi's roost. I feel like I should still do that though, right? Because it might give us clues for... Because as far as we can tell, the Sea Vipers aren't really defeated. We've just stopped their ritual on this island, but there might be more that's going on. That's a very cool mount. Wow. So I suppose that it would be pretty good for us to find out as much as we can about potential... Because now we got a hint that these rituals they were doing at least partly might be connected to the temple that's on this island, so I should probably check that out too.
The Prowler is headed to Oridon, and we're happy to ferry you there. When you're ready, hop in the launch. We'll set you up with your own bunk.
Why are you going there?
Chests full of gold. Owning a sound ship after a hurricane can be quite lucrative, even when the only cargo is Dominion luminaries seeking passage. Don't worry, I won't charge you. Without your help, the Prowler would be a mass of broken timber.
Well, thank you. But you have to wait for me. Sadly, I want to do some other stuff here. So here's the thing, right? I know that when you look at the map, it tells you on the left how much you've done, right? How much you've found, how many sky shots you've seen and collected and all that neat stuff. I don't really want to do that, right? I don't really want to completely do these zones. I'd rather try to do that in sort of a natural way. All right, let's try to collect these books next. Oh, can I collect that one? Yeah, nice. Because, I mean, we can always come back here, right? The sky shots, sky shots, right? They're not going anywhere, so I can just come back whenever and collect the ones that are missing from the place that I've been to, so... No worries there. Also, let's go to the crafting benches real quick, so because I might be able to research new stuff.
So much to do, so little time.
There we go. Research. Researchable. Wait, 2 available? So would this unlock both at the same time? Oh, no, I think I can select which one I want to research, right? Yeah, increase healing done, increase physical and spell resistance. This level 11. Yeah, let's go with that one, right? Yes. Okay. I don't know if I'm ever really gonna use these things that are research here, but I don't want to keep all that stuff around, right? So might as well do it. What is this one? Get an additional ultimate. Yeah, sure. Kingsguard hammer. I might have been able to unlock new sets with that as well, but a lot of these items are from old characters anyways, so... You know, I don't really care too much about that. Infuse. So this I already know, I presume. Reduces block cost. Okay. Sure. Anything else I want to do? I might want to talk to a normal trader or something.
You've come seeking...
Store. Can I sell you stuff? Chest, medium. Yeah, sure. At least that's worth something. Also, the consumable... I mean, 1 gold isn't really anything I need, correct? But I have so many consumables now that I feel like if I don't get rid of them, I'll never really do that. I'll never really get rid of them, right? So... But yeah, increase the cost of stamina abilities. Yeah. Grants major prophecy. Spell critical rating for 10 seconds. That is such a short duration. I don't know, maybe there are like super powerful spells in the game where you want to activate this because there's one super major hit that you're doing. You might want that added crit chance. But just by looking at it, it does seem rather, I don't know, unusable, almost. Major sorcery, which increases your spell damage by 20%. Again, only for 10 seconds. Yeah, let's just get rid of this stuff. The immediate restoration, though, I'm going to keep that. Savagery, weapon critical rating for 10 seconds, all right. I would laugh if these things are like super, super powerful later on in the game. That would be quite interesting. Restore health immediately, grants major fortitude, which increases your health regeneration. See? Again, 30% for 3 seconds? What? Oh wait, these aren't even worth anything. So let's just keep that. This might be able to be researched, right? Soul gems, I can sell that. This one I probably want to research at some point as well. I mean, so far my inventory isn't overflowing too much. I can get rid of this one though, right? I mean, what's the point of keeping it? Although I could... Wait, you can also deconstruct items, correct? Increases your maximum health by 800. Wait, where did I get this one? I do have a necklace currently. Iron Great Sword of Frost. That's the one that I was using the entire time, right? These aren't worth anything. What necklace am I wearing?
So where are we going?
Don't be shy. I'm thirsty. Let's find the inn.
We
Then talk to
can't.
Hutak
They
about the
kicked
secret.
us
Why are
out.
people
Remember?
talking all over
No.
each other?
When?
Oh, okay. It's actually the same effect.
You're in his 6th flagon of
Well, then I'm gonna sell it.
Come.
Where was it? There we go.
3 grams of white eye and a flagon of moon sugar double. You're lucky.
Yeah, I forgot about that. You can not only research items, but you can also deconstruct them, correct? So... Flame damage... Restoration stuff. Deconstruct, okay. These all have effects on them, right? Oh, wait. So if it has the little icon on the left, that means that I can research them, right? So these ones I cannot research. So I guess I can just deconstruct them then. I could also sell them, but I don't know what I would do with the money. Yeah, also, I already forgot about that, but the deconstruction can also grant you those items that you need in order to improve other items, correct? So, I suppose you always want to do that. Mary Exile Sword. Well, this I can definitely deconstruct. The one-handed one... Do I want to keep that? I mean, I have a skill unlocked. Yeah, let's just keep it for now. I can always get rid of the stuff if my inventory will overflow at some point. Okay, let's deconstruct this as well. And these I can sell. I need to remember to get them out of my bank at some point. But we'll do that sooner or later, I suppose. All right. Then let's get these books, correct? So I just have to go out of town. What does that say on the left, though? I don't necessarily want to complete it, but... Zone Guide? Kanatha's Roost. So these are achievements that I can still get here, correct? In map completion, I've done... Oh. Wait, are the other 2 quests that I still have the only ones that are available here? Or does it not count optional quests? Way Shrines, Points of Interest? I've only seen 4 of 9. Striking Locales. 0 out of 5. In 3 out of 5. 3 out of 6 Sky Shots, okay. Well, so as I said, you can always come back here, right? That's not really a problem so much, so... Right. This way and then to the left.
The ship has sunk. We must find someone to hire us until the next comes in.
Perhaps we should ask the local government. They will need
The one thing, sadly, that this game also doesn't really do, but that's also, like, super, super difficult, that 14 doesn't really do either, is make the world feel even more lived in, or active, I guess, would be a better word for it.
Don't believe her lies.
There is the voice again. Ooh, wait a second. Is this connected to the books? So when the voice says don't believe her lies, are they talking about the fact that, or not the fact, but what she told us, that these books are potentially very dangerous if you read them? So they don't necessarily want us to find the books? Is that what they're saying? Well, guess we'll see. Wait, can I collect that? Aw. Thought I might be able to get the bug. Collected. Masterwork of the Inducer. Much of the text from Eldhal, the Inducer's account is unreadable and cannot be salvaged, like so many Ayleid records. I've translated the intact excerpts to the best of my ability, but have had to infer the meaning of some unclear terms. In truth, I'm relieved that no more can be read. The original, with its grotesque and unnerving diagrams, will be sent back for preservation. I pray I will be permitted to leave this place soon. Pliability of its material, so vital and so obedient to my tools. It was a subject yearning for ascent to the ultimate purpose of its form. A vision of the shape and the method, took me immediately, and I stilled the form. I stopped its sight and speech, and stood it in the working space. I ordered the servants to stay and bear witness to a perfect example, and began the dedication rituals. And to it I sang and hummed and whispered. The cage of its heart gave assent and unfurled with no splintering, no cracking, the life's rhythm persisting. I ordered fine silver chains. Into each link I inscribed 100 words for bliss, and I wrapped the cage and trunk all round to best display the organ at work. Such joy! It must have been that blood-made pleasure watched the work, guided my movements. A new inspiration came upon me, and fervently I grasped the sight orbs between the implements. I blessed it with wings of welkin, gently grafted and obtained at great expense. I extended its blood paths, a delicate web within shining light. 8 stars for its crown, 8 rubies at its feet, splayed forearms reaching for Aetherius. It became real when I gave it the name. Messenger Beast Redeemed. I honestly don't really know what I just read.
This could best be worth the price. What? What is that? Wait!
What the fuck?
I only wanted to make something beautiful.
What the hell was that thing? I don't think I've ever seen a creature like that in Elder Scrolls games. Okay. Well, let's head to the temple next, to be honest. Investigate the Temple of the Morning Spring. Sea vipers can create storms with ritual magic, yeah. I wonder what kind of additional information we can gather from that. So the temple's this way, correct? Who are you? Random NPC. Oh, are they herding sheep? Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. So, no MMO really does that anymore. And I don't really know how well MMOs in the past did it. I just know that, for example, in Final Fantasy XI, apparently there were actual ships that you can board, right? And you'd have to wait for the ship to arrive for you to be able to board it and take it to another place. which I find pretty incredible. I think that is definitely missing from modern MMOs, and it's sadly also missing from this game.
Please,
that
a moment.
wait, hi, that you have these things that, you know, work like that.
Please, I need your help. My master's life is in danger.
Because it just makes the world feel more alive, right? So, just as an example, it would be pretty awesome, right, if you'd see actual ships sort of docking in the port, leaving the port, right? Obviously, it couldn't be the ones that are connected to your quests. I get that. So it's really, really difficult to both have engaging quests for every single player that obviously need to be somewhat instanced, or at least display things in an instanced way, so that only the player, only you can see it, right? While also having elements like that that are consistent for every player, right? It's really, really difficult to achieve some sort of a good balance between that. I do think that 14 does it really, really well, in the sense that they do alter. Ever since I feel like Shadowbringers, they've put great emphasis on altering the world for the player in a really engaging way, while also keeping most of the game very consistent, so that everybody on the server actually sees the same things, right? Elder Scrolls takes a different approach altogether anyways, where a lot of things are sort of phased in and out depending on your progress through quests. But I just wish that there would be more persistent elements between players as well, especially things like proper, I don't know, ships that are going to places and whatnot, right? What happened?
I'm part of an expedition from Eagle's Strand. While we explored the Temple of the Morning Springs, the dead began to rise. The others fled, but my master never emerged. Aurelian taught me to know when I should ask for help. Well, I'm asking.
Well, it's kind of why I came here in the first place as well. So what do you need me to do?
2 magical wards seal the temple, marked by emblems of a scorpion and a spider. If you can keep the undead away while I disrupt the wards, we can search for Aurelian together. How about it?
Sounds good.
I have no doubt Aurelian can protect himself. But if he's trapped inside, we need to get him out.
Why were you in there?
My master and I had little to do after the shipwreck. When the locals mentioned a temple where the fountains never run dry, we leapt at the chance to investigate. Ilsil insisted on leading, of course.
He was studying the Morning Stone at Eagle Strand, was he?
Ah, so you've met him. My master calls him Eel Kill. Something about an experiment gone wrong many years ago. The Morning Stone you saw came from this temple. Ilsil was barely able to remove it before the undead fell upon us.
Okay. Did you learn anything about it?
Aurelian thought it could be used to control the weather, perhaps prevent another hurricane. Ilsil disagreed, of course. He insisted on studying it further at Eagle's Strand.
Well, that's pretty awesome. So the quest is still interesting, right? What is happening in the background? What was that? Slow motion run. Because, yeah, as they explained, the sea vipers are still a danger to the island, and they might attack again. So any knowledge about how to prevent these storms in the future would be pretty appreciated, right? Who is that guy? Is there, like, pathing gone wrong, or why is he running in slow motion? Have you taken skooma as well, my friend? Hey, there's a Skyshot. So are there undead here? I only see thunderbugs. Skyshot. I think this is the first one, though. Like, not the first, I've collected 3. Yeah, but as you can see, the first of the new things. First of the new set of 3, I guess. What's going on here, though? It's like a... some sort of camp? Clean Pelt Harvester. That's an achievement? Okay. Sure. I don't know why these water things have that animation attached to them. Olga's Guide to Island Beasts. Have I already... Yeah, I've already read that, right? Because otherwise it would light up, I'm pretty sure. Okay. There is a dead person here, but he certainly hasn't risen. Iron gauntlets. Yeah, sure. Hey, there's something. Wind-ripped page. At sea for such a long time, only a fool can see the hurricane's magical origins. But no matter, local legends point to this Temple of the Morning Springs as a potent source of arcane mysteries. Perhaps a chance to show up those fools in the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower's been mentioned already. I don't really know yet what it is, though. Yet Rurelian insists on a cautious approach, as does his fawning apprentice. Do they think me an imbecile? They won't take the glory of discovery away from me, Eelsil. Oh, you're not the most intelligent person, are you? I guess the Crystal Tower is where the old Mary Dominion, or that queen that we're supposed to meet, has her, like, what's it called? Main seat or something? I don't know. Crystal Tower, when you've heard similar...
You have such intricate stitching.
The fuck? Yeah, Crystal Tower obviously always makes me think about the one in 14 because it plays such a big role there. Who are you?
Turn back. You aren't welcome here.
What are you?
I'm whatever I wish to be. I change bodies like high elves change clothes. The corpses in this temple limit my wardrobe. What does it matter to you? Why do you trespass?
A fashion-sensitive skeleton. Well, that's something new. We're looking for a man named Rurelian. Wait, so... Did these skeletons rise because they were disturbed? I guess they're not actually... angry or revengeful so much as just protective of the temple. Looking for a man named Rurelian.
Ah, the name for my newest outfit.
What?
His flesh sags a bit, though the power in his bones reminds me of my youth. And the robes. I'd forgotten the feel of silk upon newly won flesh.
Does make it pretty much makes it seem like he's dead. What the fuck did you do to him?
Set foot in this temple and see for yourself. Such commendable posture. I could definitely wear you in the autumn. As for Rurelian, he's fit for display under full moons all new.
Fit for display? Release? Wait, why release? He definitely sounds like he's dead, doesn't it? Release him immediately.
I'm tired of this. Leave or die. It matters not.
That can't be good. We need to get those wards down fast.
Can't be good. I honestly thought he was just straight up saying, yeah, by the way, we killed that Rurelian guy. And, I mean, why wouldn't they if they're sentient skeletons? What is going on here? Holy shit, why there... That was a lot of ghosts. How unfortunate. I thought we might be able to just, you know, talk to him. I don't know, something about that made it seem as if we could just negotiate with them, right? I mean, I don't really want to kill the skeletons or disturb them. Oh, I guess I would be in there, right? Ooh, wow. I mean, well, the red lighting does make it seem as if there is something more you know, hellish going on here than I initially expected. Wait, did you freeze me? I think you did. Cryomancer. That wasn't very nice. Oh, that looks pretty cool. There actually seems to be a lot of these warriors here. Okay, that was weird. Why is a melee warrior walking backwards when you attack him? Or does he just realize that I'm stronger than him? I'm not gonna lie, that looks really awesome. I wish the light wouldn't bleed through the cracks. It does make the whole thing look even more badass, but obviously it's not very realistic. Ooh. Revenant. I actually thought I went further back than that. I pressed the wrong button again. Oh yeah, right. Also, I always forget that you need to break free of that. Chattering skull. Even after its body was destroyed, the skeleton's jaw keeps moving, seemingly of its own accord. Okay, yeah, that does sound like something a merchant would like to have. Alright, so how do we deal?
Spider weaves the web around its prey.
Watch for undead. I'll disrupt the ward.
Oh, I was winking her to come towards me. That was weird. I was gonna say, wait, are we like beckoning a spider to come follow us or something? But nope. It's just, it meant that we had to go to her. Hey, a recipe. Roast corn. I was gonna say, I also always store recipes at grave sites, but then again, it actually kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Because you could think of whoever these people belong to or whoever buried them here. Maybe that's like their family recipe or something. Okay. Cool. Where's the other one? And that one? What's going on here, though? Is that just the entrance to something, or is it... Iron gauntlets of something. Catacombs open. Oh, yeah, so these are still... I guess these are where we need to go at the end. Okay. Just a quick look before I forget. Man, I hate that it doesn't show that I got something new. Iron gauntlets of health. Armor, 1034, 1439. Armor value and maximum health. Sure. Oh, yeah, they're fine. They're not the most beautiful thing ever, but still look pretty cool. Yeah. Shit. Do still wonder how a skeleton can have gold with them. But I guess they could have a pouch or something. Right? Wait, is this not where we need to go? Are there multiple entrances to the catacombs, or what's going on? Yeah. So there's catacombs here too. Maybe we have to find the correct entrance? Because I suppose there would be another entrance right here. So we have 3 entrances to whatever those catacombs are supposed to be. I mean, to be fair, if you really emphasize the uppercut, right? So if you sort of know when it ends, you can do another one fairly quickly. Honestly. Wait. Where'd the other guy go? Oh, there you are. Whoa. How did you get here? That was weird. I guess the game must have teleported him or something, because he maybe ran out of bounds. I think he kind of walked into the wall. And then the game probably reset his position or something.
Courses through its prey.
Who is talking, though? Come over here.
Keep us out for long.
Okay. It just says enter the catacombs, so I guess it doesn't really matter which one we enter. Interesting. Still insane to me, just how little resources these abilities cost. Star metal. Okay. Wood elf pedestal engraved. It's a housing item, right? At least I think it is. Novice enchanting furniture. That's probably going to take me a while to get a house. And even if I do get one, you know, getting furnishings for it and stuff. Not really on my priority list so far. Okay, so now I get it. There are, in fact, 3 entrances to this place. That's pretty cool. Actually, I wonder, or not I wonder, I wish they would do that more often. Doesn't it make the whole place seem a lot more realistic? Right? Because typical video game design is that you have one entrance, possibly an exit, just so that the player can, well, pretty much like a Dungeon 14 or something, right? It starts at one point, goes somewhere, and then there is an exit. Now, the way that's typically, quote-unquote, obscured, well, it's not really obscured, but the way it's explained is that there are, in fact, a lot of other routes you could possibly take. It's just that they are not really part of the dungeon, right? There's always, like, maybe something's just barring your way or whatever. But having a place like this that actually does have real entrances, like 3 real entrances, and the player can choose where to go, or how to get in there. I think it's just a pretty awesome concept. And it's still done in a really cool way design-wise, because once you enter, you immediately realize, oh, yeah, the other ways lead into the same room, right? It's not confusing. It's not, you know, you're not running around trying to figure out where else you might be able to find other entrances or ways or whatever. Okay.
The cycle of the 2 moons seems to be the key to dispersing the barrier.
Oh, they all look different. Okay. What is this, though? That just a symbol for that moon? Okay, they're both full here. Oh god. Would this be... I mean, it depends on... I don't know if moons would work the exact same here. Oh, that's also about their position, though. Oh, there we go. Burial rites. Wash with care, dry with respect. Mend with love, patch with attention. Wrap with caution, tie with deference. Turn to the center, let the soul rest. That's a new moon. That doesn't really sound like anything that's connected to moon phases, though. What else do we have? Rurelian's observation number 1. This catacomb is filled with corpses, and not one of them a Khajiit. Each appears to have died in battle, yet special attention and care was provided in preparing their bodies. Whoever constructed this place must respect death immensely, even that of their enemies. Well, really clever then that we're disturbing it. Oh, wait, it just tells you the answer right here. Huh. That's pretty cool, though, because maybe you wouldn't really recognize that right away, but with the note, they're clearly directing your attention to this pillar in the middle here. So I guess it's new, then it's that one, then it's the full, and then the other one. Alright, let's see if that works. There we go. New moon, then it would be this one. Then it's the full one. Not really a puzzle, is it? If the answer's just written right next to it. Maybe it's not supposed to be a puzzle.
The barrier is down. Oh, but before we proceed, I need to speak with you.
Right? I mean, games tend to always call these things puzzles, but when you really think about it, maybe there is a logical explanation as for why it's so simple, because it might not actually be a puzzle, right? Whenever this place was constructed, possibly thousands of years ago, maybe they just used this as sort of either a rite of passage or to pay respects to the people buried here, right? So maybe it wasn't meant to be a super complicated puzzle to enter the place, but rather a, well, some sort of ritual, right? People would come in here and then they would activate the things in the correct order to pay respects to the dead, not so much to have, you know, a complicated key that nobody can solve or something. Also, who the hell is that? That's a Khajiit, right? Some sort of old Khajiit emperor? Queen, king?
When we entered the temple, that skeleton made it sound as though Aurelian was in grave danger. I won't let vague threats keep us from my master. But Aurelian is too important to lose. Perhaps we should think before we act.
Honestly, the skeleton made it sound as if they had already killed Aurelian and are now wearing their skin or something. It sounded fairly horrible, actually. Why is he so important anyways?
The Dominion relies on Aurelian for his sound judgment. He's taught countless students the ways of Magicka, including some of the Queen's own advisors. His role in the invasion is paramount for our future success. If anything were to happen to him...
Well, let's protect him then.
Thank you. We should keep moving.
Let's see what this place is all about.
We found the Morning Stone on that pedestal. Wait, that's Aurelian! What's he doing up there?
Is it really him? I mean, it might be just a possessed form of him or something.
Ears that large and you still don't listen. Perhaps you need a few alterations. There was a time when the sound of Uldor's voice commanded the terror of thousands.
Ooh. So the skeleton is... I guess the skeleton is the guy that was on the door when we entered? Some sort of old Khajiit emperor? And as he said, he's literally wearing his skin, but I suppose technically he's still alive and his body is too. It's just the skeleton's inhabiting this guy. Who the fuck is Uldor?
Why, I'm Uldor. I see your dominion teaches you nothing of my people. I shouldn't bemoan your ignorance. You fools ended centuries of captivity when you removed the Morning Stone.
Wait, removed? They did that? Is he complaining about the fact that the elves aren't really caring that much about the Khajiit? Because that's definitely the biggest problem in that Dominion pact, right? What's the Morning Stone anyways?
Never mind that accursed blue rock. I'm about to restore my wardrobe to its full glory.
Sure.
Behold this Rorelian fellow. Such vibrancy. I could use more like him, but one must be willing to run through a bolt of silk for the finest coat.
Better free him right now.
I believe I'll keep him. At least until my summoning ritual wears him through. You see, undead are also beige. But I'm willing to adorn myself with hundreds of tawdry outfits in order to collect the more colorful garb at Eagle's Strand.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that.
Then drown in a sea of bones.
Goodbye. I love that it always just says goodbye. They could have altered that a bit, right? Depending on the quest. Ah, well.
Leave Aurelian for now. We have to disrupt the summoning ritual. I'll destroy the bone piles if you keep the undead at bay.
Wait, this goes even further.
It'll take a moment to weaken the circle. Keep the undead away from me.
Oh, there we go. There's actually more places with quote-unquote AoE situations going on than I thought. So, actually pretty happy that I unlocked that ability last time. I feel like it's gonna come in quite handy. Boom! Wait, are you done? Oh. Thought it was buggy for a moment.
It's working.
Man, I really, really love the charge, by the way. Anybody else still around? I feel like sometimes the game has trouble loading in what it's trying to load, right? That looked like it tried to load in another enemy. Either I killed that thing too fast, or... well, I don't really know what happened, but it certainly didn't work the way it was supposed to, I think.
We can do this. We must do this.
She actually sounded like she was pretty exhausted there. That was good voice acting.
Help my master. I'm right behind you.
Oh yeah, she's actually really exhausted now.
Stay back!
Whoa!
Uldor! Get out of my body!
Oh, that's a player.
Now!
Silence! None command, Uldor!
Silence! I kill you! I thought for a second that the Rurelian was out of his body, but that's a player. Hey, there's observations number 2. We found the water source, something locals call the Morning Stone. It's a wondrous orb, rippling with elemental power. It can sense its connection to the water rushing beneath our feet, surging to the central ruins. I hope Ealsil understands why we must proceed with caution. I'm still wondering though how this is all connected to these pirates. So were they aware of this? Did they also try to free this old emperor? I don't think they would though, right? Rurelian wants the discovery of the Morning Stone for himself, but I'll be a thrice-shorn troll if I let him steal my glory yet again. While he ventures into the ruins, it'll be a simple matter to remove this magnificent artifact and return it to Eagle's Strand. Its potential is simply astounding. Think of what endless fresh water could do for an army. One could control the weather itself. I completely forgot about the fact that I actually saw this thing when I arrived on the island, right? It was the weird orb that kept creating water. And actually shot water at me too. Okay, so Ailseal removed the thing, and that freed the skeletons, I guess. Yeah, so that really wasn't the cleverest thing to do. I really like the temple, though. It's a pretty awesome gravesite, not gonna lie. Whoever this Uldor guy was, clearly he either had a lot of money or was very influential, or both. Probably both. I mean, look at this thing. This is gigantic. Fuck. It's like a pyramid. Wow. Even has traps inside. Giant bat. Alright. I don't think these things were here originally, though. Where the hell has Uldor gone? Ooh, they're pretty powerful. Wait, sometimes I'm a bit confused. Those effects at the top of my screen, are they on the enemy, or are those negative effects on me? Because I'm also doing negative effects at the enemy, right? All effects that are on me, be it positive or negative, should be at the bottom of the stream, right? Okay, where the hell is he? Oh, come here. So if they have more... Yeah, that's definitely on the enemy, right? So I can... Yeah, if I put my soul trap dot on them, it shows at the top of the screen. Okay, good to know. There you are.
Uldor, I command you by the tears of the two moons, return to your prison.
Ah! That will hold me for long.
You're Gathwin's ally, yes? Please disable these traps so she can make it to us safely.
How the hell were you able to fend off that thing? Lever. Oh, that disables the... Okay. Funny that some sort of skeleton like that would activate physical traps. I don't know.
Despite all my knowledge, Uldor's influence over me was absolute. I'd be little more than a puppet without your timely intervention.
Yeah, but how were you able to free yourself? Because what changed? You'd think that Uldor would keep an even tighter grip on him, right? Because we wouldn't really have any way of dispersing Uldor if he's in the body of the man we're trying to save. Are you hurt?
Only my pride. But we have a more pressing matter. As Uldor sensed my thoughts, I could sense his. He plans to overwhelm and enslave Kenarthi's roost with an undead horde by the next dawn.
Wait, what? Another threat on the island? Okay. Huh. How's that even possible?
Uldor was a powerful Malmo wizard who learned to separate his spirit from his body, even in death. He can wear hundreds of mindless forms at a time. Thankfully, I know his weakness.
Okay. This has to do something with whatever the Morma were planning, right? Sadly, I forgot what they were talking about. So the they had a name for this, for the operation they were trying to do, right? With the thing that I just did at the harbor. There was some sort of name that they kept mentioning for it. Like, not the name of a person, but I guess the name of the operation, right? And it just makes me wonder if maybe this Uldor guy is the reason behind all of this, and he was somehow tricking the current Maoma into, I don't know, somehow completely reviving him. If he can wear mindless people, though, he wouldn't really have a need for being revived unless he wants to be in his own body again. Anyways, what's his weakness?
The Morning Stone's endless water supply tied Uldor's spirit to his body. When Eilsil removed the Morning Stone from the temple, he set Uldor free. Once again, Eilsil's sloppy methods nearly caused the death of me.
Okay. I also kind of failed to see the connection between a stone that provides endless water and the spirit of this person. Unless, well, he could have obviously used the power of the stone to create this separation from his own body. I feel like we shouldn't restore his prison so much as completely just get rid of it so that he won't be able to do that ever again.
These gems focus the Morning Stone's power. Uldor had me remove them from his tomb. I propose Gathwin recovers the Morning Stone from Eagle's Strand. Meanwhile, we restore Uldor's prison. Simple enough.
Okay. What does the Morning Stone do?
The centerpiece of this old Khajiit temple. After Uldor's reign of terror, the Sea Elves gave it to the Khajiit so it would become the key to his prison.
Wait, the Sea Elves stopped that Khajiit's emperor? Am I in danger of being warned?
No, which is why we must be the ones to enter the tomb. After he saw you through my eyes, he seemed convinced that to wear you would destroy him. For some reason, he feared you.
Oh. That's interesting. Well, if he can't affect me, I should enter the tomb alone.
No, we must enter the tomb together. Though he can't wear you, he could quite easily obliterate you with his magic. Only by splitting his attention can we hope to defeat him.
Well, judging by the dangers I've faced so far, I would say that I could do it alone. But then again, maybe I should become cocky, huh? Yeah, let's face him.
Master, I know what you're planning. I won't let you throw your life away.
It is a bit weird that the player is just sort of standing there silently, right? Not moving. Let me take a look at the book first, maybe. Oh, he just leveled up? I thought for some reason the Uldor had come back. Lost and Dusty Journal. Semkor wagered a week's salary that I couldn't spend a night in this place. Nearly swallowed his whiskers when I said I'd do it. The tomb is sealed behind me. I thought I heard someone's voice, but it had to be Semkor trying to get out of the bed. It's a little scary in here. I lit a few candles, but that just made the shadows leap around. It doesn't matter. I'll have the last laugh when I'm chugging double rum bought with Semkor's coin. Okay. Whose journal was this? Well, there's even more players around now.
Aurelian's plan is to let Uldor possess him. They'll both be sealed in the tomb forever. But it doesn't need to be this way. Seal me inside.
Both of those options sound absolutely terrible. Why should you take your master's place?
Aurelian is too important for the Dominion to lose. Besides, we both saw how the summoning ritual weakened my master.
Well, yeah, and you were weakened when you dealt with the skeletal mounts. I don't know about this.
Please, help me convince Aurelian. I will gladly seal myself in the tomb to spare my master. Uldor is a threat to all on this island.
Oh boy, it seems like a pretty big sacrifice for a skeleton. We might be able to, I don't know, completely deal with instead of just sealing him away. Let's listen to what Rurelian has to say to that.
We should hurry. Uldor won't be trapped for long.
Gathwin wants to take your place in the tomb.
That's madness. I've experienced so many summers. My greatest accomplishment was watching Gathwin blossom into someone who far surpassed my own deeds. No, she must recover the Morning Stone. You and I should confront Uldor.
Well, obviously I don't like either of the options. I still think there should be a way, and well, not should be, but rather I still think there is a way if we were to dig in a little bit deeper to somehow deal with Uldor altogether. But well, to be honest, if this guy is, you know, convinced that Gathwin is even more capable than he is, I think it makes sense to seal him, right? Because it's his decision. He was here anyways. He was already possessed by him. And while I do agree that he's probably at this moment in time very important to the Dominion, I do also think that if he is convinced that Gathwin can take his place no matter what, that she will be able to do that. Yeah, let's take him.
Then we should waste no more time.
I'm ready.
You can't do this, Master.
The Dominion will thrive without me. It's far stronger than it knows.
Then I should recover the Morning Stone. Farewell, Aurelian. I
know, Gathwin. I know.
That was a bit weird, but sure. Alright. Let's do this thing then. Uldor's tomb. I really like this temple. Looks really awesome. The whole setup, the layout of the place is really awesome too.
You? I won't wear a poisoned outfit.
Poisoned? The hell does that mean?
I've reconsidered what our combined power can do, Uldor. I willingly give myself over.
I knew such power would tempt you. Very well.
Now what?
Hurry! Place the tears of the two moons in the pedestals.
Wretched fool! I'll turn your friend to ash. I won't be mocked by soiled attire.
Oh, there we go. Also, I completely forgot about the fact that I had food on. So, yeah, that might also have been why my resources didn't really decline all that much. But then again, yeah, look at how little stamina is drained by me sprinting. Ah! Stuck on the floor somehow. There we go.
You worthless rag! This too
This looks funny.
forever.
Oh. Wait, so is it like a literal water barrier that's keeping him trapped in here? That's quite funny, actually.
Go quickly. I feel Uldor's weakness fade. Hurry. Tell Gathwin of the plan's success. But don't mourn for me, friend. I earned a useful fate. Few can say the same.
What will happen to you?
Uldor will sustain me. Better a living form than a dusty old skeleton, I suppose. I'd hoped for more time to meditate, but this wasn't what I had in mind. Goodbye, my friend. You're what all in the Dominion should aspire to be.
Thank you. Farewell. So, this is still quite weird to me. I don't know. Visually, this water barrier is actually pretty awesome. At least I think that's what it's trying to represent, right? So somehow, whoever came up with the idea of, well, I suppose those elves, right? That came up with the idea of trapping this Uldor in here. Something about this water must be magical in that it literally does create a barrier he cannot cross. Which is quite funny considering, right? If you think about this Uldor guy just going, it's literally a small cave, not cave, cage he's trapped in for all eternity, I guess. Huh. How weird.
It's done, isn't it? Aurelian is sealed inside with that monster.
Whoa. If this Uldor is actually as strong as he thought he was, then yeah. I guess he saved everybody on the island.
Forgive me. Uldor couldn't be allowed to roam free. Something had to be done, and you had the strength to see what I could not.
What will you do now?
I'll ensure the Morning Stone remains guarded at all times. I should make a full report so the Dominion understands the danger of Uldor's capabilities.
What about Aurelian?
No good comes from dwelling on the past. Aurelian lives, which means there's hope. He's a great man. A good man. I don't care how long it takes. I'll find a way to free him from that monster.
Why do people always keep their microphone on when there's like a lot of noise in the background? I don't get it. Anyways, though, it would be pretty awesome if we do at some point find a way to free him, right? That would be pretty cool if there'd be a quest somewhere that leads you back to this island and says, hey, by the way, now we have the means to free him. That would be actually incredible. Yeah, so he's not actually dead. He's just imprisoned with Uldor. Okay, seriously, dude. Like...
Forgive me. You did so much to help a stranger. I won't forget. I can open a portal to the temple courtyard if you wish.
Yeah, sure. I'd appreciate that.
Hurry, it won't remain open for long.
Ooh, another level up. So that's why the other guy that was here also got a level up. Oh! Now there's water flowing here as well. Oh, that's why we saw the spirits earlier. So I guess the game accidentally spawned them in, even though I hadn't done the quest yet. So, who are you all then? Well, let's do the level up first. Level up rewards. Tip crafting stations. Visit crafting stations in towns to gain the clothing and blacksmithing skill lines. Why is there a tip in here? That is so weird. Tailor's crafting box, leatherwork, essentially. Okay, so they give you a sort of a starter kit for crafting, I suppose. Oh, I have to choose. Well, let's go for the blacksmith one then. I think that's heavy armor, which I'm still not entirely convinced I will go for that in the long run, but sure. Oh, what kind of scream was that? Okay. I can morph the charge, huh? Oh, the passive unlocked. While you have a negative effect on you, your healing done is increased by 4%. But currently I don't really... I guess it also counts for healing that I'm doing to myself, right? So the soul scythe thing that I'm doing, where I'm healing myself when I hit the enemy, I guess it would also be increased by 4%. It's not really good enough right now, though, I think. Spend a skill point on that. Whenever an enemy you are in combat with dies within 28 meters of you, restore 100 magicka and stamina. okay. Doesn't really sound too bad either. But once again, not really something I feel like that's super important at this point in time. Grants a bonus based on the type of weapon equipped. Swords increase your weapon and spell damage by 142. Axes increase your critical damage. Maces increase your armor penetration. Ooh, I wonder how effective that armor penetration actually is. So this is just a flat damage bonus then, right? I mean, I could just do this next time. Let's see what this does first. Stampede. Increases the cost and the charge now deals damage in an area around the target and leaves residual damage at the impact area. Launch across the earth and smash an enemy, dealing physical damage to them and all nearby enemies. This attack is always a critical strike. After reaching your target, you sunder the ground beneath you, dealing physical damage to all enemies in the area every 1 second for 15 seconds. That's not too bad though, right? I mean, it's very rare that there's multiple enemies at the same point. But, so everyone, or every second, so 15 times 600, is that correct? Technically, that's quite a lot of damage. Deals more damage based on the distance traveled, reduces the cost. Launch across the earth and smash an enemy, dealing physical damage. Deals up to 50% more damage based on the distance traveled. This is not that great, honestly. Let's go with Stampede. Cool. So far, I've more gone for these rather than the other ones. That's fine though. Alright, what's going on here?
Don't mind Ilring. We're together again, and it's all thanks to you.
Who the hell is Ilring?
I've been waiting forever to spend time with my darling. Little privacy?
Sure. These are all elves. So are these enemies that the Khajiit fought against at some point? What are you doing? What is that dance? What the fuck? Okay, sure, buddy. Huh. Yeah, these might be enemies that Uldor fought, huh? Ooh, that makes me wonder. So, was it one of the notes that we found? I don't remember, but something said that we, or that they took great care in burying everybody here, no matter if they were part of them or enemy, right?
I shouldn't be able to see you. It looks like the Morning Stone brought the spirits out in the temple courtyard. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm not sure how to tell you this, or even if you'll understand, but you died at Uldor's hands.
No, I didn't.
Do you notice how you seem different than most everyone around here? It's a harsh truth, but I hope hearing it allows you to go to a better place. If you allow it, I'll pray for Arcade to help you move on.
You're the dead one, not me.
I knew you wouldn't understand. The dead never realize they're dead. Walk with Arcade, spirit.
Okay, so they don't even know that they're dead? That's interesting.
The fiercest of my warriors.
Huh. Well, I guess it's not too bad though, right? If they don't even realize, they can kind of live a peaceful, happy ever after.
Trusted Thane.
Right, what I was gonna say is, considering what Uldor does, right, where he's wearing the body of other people because he was able to separate his own body from his soul, that does make me wonder whether or not he made his people very even enemies with a lot of respect on purpose, not because he wanted to pay respects to the dead, but rather because he wanted to wear their bodies, right? Because the better of a burial they gave them. Maybe there was a higher chance, or maybe he was able to utilize their bodies better. Something like that. Does make me wonder if that's the case here. If it's somehow connected to that. Or if there's something else going on. Well, alright, let's collect that last book. Is this the exit? I think it might be. And then I might be off the island. The one thing I must say that I'm a bit on the fence about is the fact, I don't know, I expected this to have more of a connection to the rest of what we were doing. I guess it still has through the Maoma, right? So there might be some sort of connection that we're not really seeing at this point, but I wish they would have maybe hinted at that a little bit better, because it does feel a little bit like overkill to have two major life-threatening events go on this island at the same time, right? That seems a bit much, to be completely honest, but oh well. Right, let's use this. Oh, cool. Just gives you some materials. So we have some stuff to sell. Holy shit, I have a lot of weapons and other things. I actually got a mace somewhere. You gain ultimate, you have 20% chance to get one additional ultimate. Okay. Anything else I got? Reduce the cost of block by 2%. Does this look cool? Don't know. Looks a bit weird, but it's still a hood, so I think I'll wear it. Anything else? I really don't know why it doesn't show whenever I get something new in a specific slot. Because it works here, right? With the slottable items, it's showing correctly. I wonder if that's a bug when you turn off quest markers or something. I don't know what that would have to do with anything, but... Because I turned this off, but that shouldn't have anything to do with the inventory, right? Items. Consolidate area loot. Auto loot is off. Auto add to crafting bag, that is on. Loot history. Provides a visual history of loot, rewards, and currency you've acquired as you play. I think that's just the thing that pops up in the lower left corner, right? That shows you what got looted. Tutorials on, yeah. Sadly, I think this actually is a bug, which is very weird that they wouldn't fix something like that. Because isn't that somewhat of a major thing that you're able to see whenever you get something new? I mean, it's not a super big deal because I can still just, you know, whenever I get something new, I can just make sure to look at it right away, or just from time to time go through my slots. That is interesting. I just got a text message. So I don't have kids, right? Apparently I mean, it's one of those random messages, obviously, right? That tries to scam you. It's just... It's even funnier when those are when those are done in a way that's obviously a scam. Well, let me see here. There was something else that I wanted to take a look at. I forgot about it. Oh, yeah, right. Inventory. Is it supplies? Slottable items. I wanted to eat that. It's already 2 hours since I ate the other one? It is. Huh. Always goes faster than you think. Alright, let's see if we can find that last book. I do have to say, I did enjoy this temple storyline the least so far of the storylines on this island. I feel like it would have worked better if they had...
is power.
Well, that's not really a new quote. I feel like it would have worked better if they had brought up a connection between Uldor and the current events that were happening on the island with the pirates more. Whatever. Journal of Bravum Lithandus. 12th First Seed. The experiments continue to progress. I have imposed several persistent illusions on the subject's mind, though he must still wear the amulet. It was simple to convince him that his own soul was tied to it, and that its removal would mean immediate death. I do not have complete control over the illusions yet. When I tried to convince him the shat was made of stone instead of wood, he saw it as made of sweetmeats, and I had to prevent him from attempting to eat it. The individual's own predispositions still have some undesired influence. 17th Second Seed. Finally, I solved 2 problems that have been stalling my work with one elegant solution. With the exact combination of domination spells I have created, I now have total control over the hallucinations, along with persistence, without the need for costly enchantments. This is a timely find, as the subject recently indicated that removal of the amulet might be preferable to the current stages of the experiment. I can now begin looking for additional subjects. 5th Mid-Year. The 3 that inhabit my basement are convinced that they live in a palace. They have begun to take on the aspect of nobles, which is their own conceit. I have not attempted to alter their perceptions of themselves. All of this sounds incredibly fucked up. The shared illusion has held for 2 weeks and shows no sign of breaking down under prolonged scrutiny, as the others had. Wait, what's up with these books, though? That ghostly figure that first told me about them and said that they shouldn't be read, or that it was very, very dangerous to read them. I don't know. That made me think that the books contained some... well, something that would be immediately threatening to the reader, right? So they would somehow maybe convince you to do something that is incredibly stupid, or convince you to harm yourself, or something like that. But instead, it seems more like a description of experiments that are, well, potentially very harmful and dangerous in the wrong hands, but doesn't really correlate to, you know, the books being dangerous per se, I guess. Or dangerous to the reader. I mean, that's kind of what was said, right? Anyways, I remain hesitant to subject myself to these illusions yet, though I am fairly confident I'd be able to extract myself. Testing has not revealed any of the distortions I'd hoped to observe in the nature of local reality. Perhaps more subjects are needed. Are these experiments, though, how Uldor was able to separate himself from his own body? Is that what I'm reading here? 10th Sun's Height. Another interesting development occurred today. I introduced the notion that a werewolf would rampage through the palace to just one of the subjects, out of range of the others. When I returned him and he awoke, it was not he who first spotted the werewolf at all, but another subject. Each seemed to perceive the beast. I shall have to test this further. Is the illusion becoming its own reality, or have I accidentally connected them in some way? Could the false world bleed through? How exciting. 23rd Sun's Height. I'm losing control. It is almost as if some outside force is interfering. I can feel a strange undercurrent in the spells I have woven, resistance in the minds of the subjects. They are becoming unintelligible and difficult to work with. One sits in the corner, rocking back and forth and muttering prayers to Debella, of all things. Another has injured herself horribly and will need to be removed. Thus far, I had not been concerned for the soundness of their minds. What could be causing this? Second last seat. To my great surprise, everything in the basement was gone this morning. The simple furnishings, supplies, and, most upsettingly, the subjects. The basement walls, ceiling, and floor are now completely covered with a mural depicting the grand chamber of a palace. The subjects are nowhere to be seen, and strangest of all are the set of paints and single brush found lying in the corner. Some trickery and tampering has clearly taken place. I shall have to investigate further. That all sounds incredibly fucked up, right? Somebody made some mind experiments with these people, and they lost their minds so completely that maybe they painted themselves into the palace walls or something.
Finally, Beza Joe will find this fabled brush.
Brush?
What? What is this? Please, no. This one will stop looking.
Dangerous. What is happening here? So, what does that even mean? Were they all looking for specific items that were used during these experiments? But the items made them... But why would there be some Daedra suddenly appearing? Okay, somewhere over there. Oh, it's on the other side of the island. Oh, wait. It's next to that plantation that I walked by at some point. Interesting. Also, there's some sort of cave over here. Kazak's Hollow. Do you think there is a point in going in there? I mean, now that I found it, might as well, right? Yeah, sure. I mean, it's on the map. Let's just do that real quick. Hopefully it's just a cave to loot or something. Fist of Thalmor? Hey, what are you guys doing here? What's this? Oh, fuck. Did I accidentally steal that? I don't think I did. Who are you guys?
Bold bandits are not long for this world. Mark my words, they'll think twice before reaving along these shores again.
Okay. So they're just some mercenaries or guards that dealt with some bandits, apparently? One of the interesting places seems to be over there. It's long. What the Cross Tree Bravo? Who are you guys? I feel like I'm missing some context here, to be honest. So this is some sort of pirate's cave? Oh. Can't reach him. Oh wait, it still activated the fucking, it still activated the ground effect, it seems. that's a player. I wonder if there's a quest attached to this. There's just a bunch of pirates around, it seems. Yeah, because it's black, right? And usually once you've dealt with something, it goes white. Isn't that how it works? The guys over there didn't give me any sort of quest, so...
From the sides!
Oh, that killed both of them. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to see if you actually kill all the people you're currently fighting with. Because I do deal AoE damage, right? So I don't really know if anything else is happening on the other side. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't really see anybody who could give me a quest to this place, so... There's just more pirates around, or bandits, rather.
That must have cost him.
Is he talking? There's a bunch of these guys here. Rithar's Solace. Okay, yeah, that's immediately a white on the map because I presume that it's yeah, these are... What the hell is going on? Why are there so many bugs all of a sudden? These are just supposed to be landmarks, correct? So... What's going on now? Holy shit, I got another scam message? How does that work? Why would they be dumb enough to write with two different numbers? With the same message? That's even more of a dead giveaway, right? Okay. Yeah, I presume those are bandits too, yeah. There is a scroll or something on the ground. Let's see.
Move to flank!
The thing is though, I take so little damage that doing the R1 self-heal slash thingy almost seems completely unnecessary at this point, right? On arrival, they weren't badly injured, but all suffered terribly from the fisherman's thirst. We nursed them back to health, and they've agreed to help search the wreckage for their friends. So many things washed up on the shore. This one cannot count the foodstuffs and other supplies. We even stumbled across several crates packed with tiny glass vials. Who can guess what they hold? Potions, perhaps. Juraria will know, it is certain, and she always pays a fair price. Tomorrow we travel to Mistral with our bounty and newfound friends. Perhaps there they will find more survivors from the fleet who can say. What? Salvage's torn journal. I thought these were bandits? Maybe they're selling their stuff in Mistral from time to time and took survivors with them still? Oh, I already know that. Yeah, I didn't fully get what that meant, to be completely honest. Or did the bandits kill these guys that were trying to get to Mistral? That would be pretty fucked up. Well, Maybe I'll get lucky and find the quest that's connected to this place, but I think I'm just gonna go and deal with that book thing. Seriously? I do think that after leveling up, my damage has definitely gone down. So either the enemies have leveled up further than I have, or not entirely sure what's going on there. Hey, one of these things. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Cat Ice Prism? What the fuck is that? It's now available to scry? Requires the Antiquarian's Eye collectible and the scrying skill line. Acquirable in Solitude in Western Skyrim. Kanathi Skooma Pipe. Type treasure found 0. Okay, Cat Ice Prism. Furnishing. A strange stone on this pedestal appears to catch light as easily as it catches the eye. But how it does this remains a mystery. This antiquity can be found in Kanathi's Roost. Lead expires in 30 days? Are you kidding me? This is on a timer? What? That's dumb. Traditional furnishing. Alright. So I'd have to acquire this whatever weird item there was? Don't know what this means. I guess it'll be displayed no matter what. Scrying skill line. So I have to travel all the way to Solitude somehow at some point to get the scrying tool? What the fuck? Okay, well, I guess that gives me a place to go if I ever run out of quests at any given point, huh? Okay, then. It's a bit annoying that it now constantly just shows this, right? I get that it does it because of the time limit on it, but I wish there was also a way to just say something along the lines of looked at every item or something, right? So that it doesn't constantly display them as being new. This is dumb that it displays just every single crafting material that you're constantly collecting as being a new item. That's pretty unnecessary, in my opinion. Because it doesn't really help you with anything, right? It's just annoying. Because you're picking this stuff up constantly. Oh, well. Solving proficiency. Okay, then. Let's just go to that quest location, then. Hey, there's another one. Mundane room? I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't want to pick up too much stuff on the way, but I also don't just want to let it lie around. I can potentially use it. Why is that so far away, though? Oh, what's going on here? Is this like the main bandit camp or something? Pyroman
Something sharp and close.
I still think that I might have potentially missed some sort of quest line with this. Oh well. Again, I don't really mind. It's just, it's weird to me that it seemingly doesn't really give you an option of finding said quest line somehow. I also realized that I kind of went the wrong way. If I want to go to... Oh. Those are rats! I thought for a second that maybe a player or something had died there. Beetle scuttle. Well, it does give me an opportunity to kill some enemies on the way. For quite a while I thought that the item really wasn't that big. The island. But now when you're walking from one side to the other, suddenly seems way bigger. Okay, so now we're on the main road again. This would lead back into the city, right? So if I just keep going on the road instead of turning right into the city, I should get back to that plantation where apparently the quest leads me towards. I still don't fully understand what the quest is about, though. That was really, really strange. 3 books, supposedly dangerous to read, and then they contain some sort of information on some weird experiments, and then you always see some ghostly incantations of people or things or something of that matter. Temple of the Dark Moon. Should I unlock that? I mean, technically it's just a landmark, right? Yeah, and then those people get either taken or I presume killed by Daedra, is what it looked like. So, really not sure what that's all about, or how those things might be connected. But then again, I also don't fully remember what they said at the start, right? What is this? A beggar? Tale of Two Moons. As the sky falls white on elsewhere, when the frost forms on the lake, when the fire blazes in brightness, when old bones begin to ache, then cats cast off their bodies, and fur keeps out the cold, and small moon chases big moon and tells him secrets old. But then blue skies o'er elsewhere, when rivers stream with light, when fires die in ashes, when youth again takes flight. Then cats rewrap their bodies and come out rich thick manes, and big moon chases small moon and frees her from her chains. That's a cool little thing. So the Khajiit are worshipping the two moons? Am I getting that right? Honestly, I'm not really remembering much about the background lore of Khajiit. And I don't even know if we had a ton of background lore for them in either Oblivion or Skyrim. I mean, typically this stuff comes up in either books that you can read in the games, or sometimes obviously also in quest lines. But I don't really remember any specific details about potential Khajiit rituals or I don't know, ideas or things of that matter. Okay. There's another scroll. Ooh. unavoidable delays. Silod. While we realize the outlying farms sustained damage on the storm, we regret to inform you that we cannot facilitate repairs until our own restoration efforts are complete. Many buildings along Cat's Eye Quay, including piers and other vital port structures, were damaged in the storm and will require significant renovation. Our architects estimate at least a month before they can begin rebuilding, and further 2 before efforts are completed. Furthermore, the arrival of so many Dominion refugees from the wreckage of the Gold Fleet strains the Mistral Guard to capacity. Once Cat Eye's Quay is restored, we will endeavor to provide you with whatever you require. Thank you for your patience while we manage this crisis. Office of the Minstrel Chancery. Oh no. Wait, is this guy... Was he supposed to take the message to the plantation, or is he part of the staff or the owners of the plantation and was killed when he came back with the message from Mistral?
Pain lies ahead. Turn back, Master. This is not the place for us.
Who are you?
This one does not understand. This shrine is supposed to be lit with an ever-burning flame. Perhaps Shehiradaro has thrown good money after bad.
Who are you? Also, haven't I seen you in the city? Or was that just somebody who looked like you?
A simple Khajiit, doing what she can to survive.
Might be somebody else.
Shehiradaro came to this shrine for guidance. It said the flame gives visions to those who seek it.
Well, what do you seek?
Answers to unasked questions. Mysteries defined by the stars themselves. And if Shehiradaro makes some gold along the way, all the better. This shrine is key to all of these things.
What's so special about it?
It's a shrine to Hermaeus Mora, Daedric Prince of Knowledge. They say if you stare into the fire, all will be revealed. But without the ever-burning flame, there is no way to find the lost books.
Hermaeus Mora, I do remember. Trying to remember the quest lines that they had for him in Skyrim. Or quest line, rather. I do remember it having something to do with illusions. How does this connect to what we've read in the books, though? I mean, she's talking about the lost books, which I presume are the 3 that we found. But what does it... Like, what does the Daedric Prince of Knowledge have to do with... Or is it just that maybe Hermaeus Mora collected these written down experiments or something?
Tomes, lost to the ages. They're full of secrets from an earlier time. A connection to our past and a bridge to our future. It doesn't matter what lies the spirit told. Shehiradaro will find those books.
What do you mean a spirit lied to you?
While searching for the shrine, a spirit appeared to me and warned me away. Don't you see? Hermaeus Mora rewards the pursuit of knowledge. The spirit is a test to keep lazy seekers away.
You think so? So, that supposed spirit, right? That was the one that appeared to me as well. And said that the books are dangerous, don't go after them. Which, weirdly enough, I mean, doesn't that make you go after them even more when you know that they're dangerous? But didn't we also ask the like at the end of the conversation, I feel like the spirit was almost convinced that we might be able to deal with whatever secret or dangerous thing the books were holding? Huh.
That's her. It's the lying spirit.
I don't think she's necessarily lying.
Don't listen to these fools' words. The forbidden tomes must be destroyed. Place them in the shrine's flame, quickly.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, there's no flame anymore, apparently. This fucking camera angle, I swear to God. Why does this happen?
What? That isn't possible. No matter. I'll rekindle the shrine's fire with my own essence, but you must promise to destroy them. You saw what happens to those who possess the tomes.
Did I? I don't think so. Because she said that, but we never met anybody who was possessed by the tomes. And just reading them, the people that wrote that stuff down, yeah, sure, they did some fucked up things, but they weren't possessed by the book they wrote themselves, right? And nothing bad has happened to me so far.
Then that is a blessing. Once the books begin calling to you, there is little time before they ensnare you completely. Burn the books. Don't let their burden destroy you.
Okay, so we heard a voice, though, which I presumed it was coming from the books, that was luring us towards the books. Which makes me think that whoever she here is, she's not lying. Well, this is difficult. I feel like we really don't have much information to go on. Right? Because, I mean, I can see why these books might, or why it might be good to destroy them, because the experiments they described were pretty fucked up and can be pretty harmful if somebody else was to read about them and trying to recreate them. Yet at the same time, I also think that burning these books, no matter what kind of fucked up knowledge they contain, I don't like that idea, right? Wouldn't you want to study whatever they did in those experiments and potentially find ways to make sure that that doesn't happen again? I think I'm going to give the books to her. I have no idea who she is either, by the way. That's a really cool outfit. Looks really weird, but also really cool at the same time.
You have the books? Then luck truly favors my path. Do not listen to the lying spirit. This knowledge should be preserved by one who knows how. By this, I mean Sahiradaro knows.
How would you preserve it?
This one knows the proper care and handling of old texts, also the importance of trade. To you, these books are useless things, but to me, they have value. Hand Sahiradaro the books in return for value. Just think, no more spirit to natter at you.
Well, that sadly wasn't very convincing at all, was it? It just sounds like she's some sort of collector that likes to, or heard about these things and would like to have it so that she can just sell it off to the highest bidder, right? Which, again, considering the knowledge in the books, might not be the best thing. It's not that I don't trust her, it's more about that I fear she might just sell them off and somebody might try to recreate those experiments.
You have the books?
Okay, let's try to... Can we talk to her again?
The flame is lit. Before I fade forever, you must burn the tomes.
So here Daru said you lied about the danger of the books.
Don't listen to her. Remember the visions. Remember what happened to those who possessed the tomes. Burn them now, before it's too late.
Is the shrine dedicated to Hermaeus Mora?
Of course. He's the Daedric Prince of Forbidden Knowledge. These tomes can only be destroyed by his energies.
Oh, wait. So I just made that connection. So the, So for example, in that last vision, right? We saw somebody who was apparently looking... I think it was the brush that was possibly used by those imprisoned people that were part of that fucked up experiment. you know, they painted the room at the end. I guess they left the brush behind and somebody was looking for that. And then Hermaeus Mora just summons a Daedric beast and I guess he kills them. So is that a way for the Daedric prince to gain, I don't know, life energy? So is he trying to lure people to... Well, I suppose to Hermaeus Mora, it wouldn't even really matter whether or not they tried to recreate the experiment so much as that they're just looking for knowledge about them in general, and then he just conjures up Daedric things and kills them. Did you create the visions I saw?
I showed you an echo of what happened to the previous Seekers, yes. But I did not conjure them from nothing. What you saw was the truth of it. I beg you, burn the books.
Yeah, I think burning them... She really wasn't convincing in her case, right? And I guess if we do believe her and follow the logic behind it, then the books aren't inherently dangerous because of the potential knowledge that they possess, so much as that the Daedric prince will just conjure up a Daedra and kill you when you're trying to read them. Which means that it doesn't even really matter what's written within them. It matters more that whoever does try to read them or finds them might be at risk of being killed by a Daedra. I'm gonna burn them. I'm sorry. Wait. You lift the books toward the fire, but your hand freezes in place. You feel a prickling shoot across your skin. A faint pain blossoms in the back of your head. Walk away without burning the books. Burn the books. Your hand remains in place, clutching the books. A chill shoots through your body. The pain in your head blooms. Whoa. This is getting pretty fucked up. So is Hermaeus Mora trying to bring me to not burn them? Actually, that does convince me that I've taken the right path here, but burn them. Oh god, how long does this go? Your hand shakes and your vision blurs. But your fingers do not release their grip on the books. The pain in your head is excruciating. Walk away, walk away, walk away. Burn them. Books. Burn the books.
No! The flames burn us! It hurts! It hurts!
Well, that was something. I did not expect there to be 4 different things that try to convince you to not burn the books. Well, let's hope that it was the right decision. I do wish that they maybe would have given us a bit more context, but then again, maybe I also overlooked a couple of hints here or there, right? It feels like they sometimes place scrolls with extra information just sort of randomly somewhere, and where you can either find them or you don't, right?
You've done it. The tomes are gone. I can't hear them anymore.
You're certain?
I'm certain. But no one else shall fall into their trap. You managed what I could not. But it is done, which is all that matters.
Can you elaborate on that a bit more? I still feel like we're missing some context here, but okay. Sorry, but...
This one wishes you hadn't destroyed the books. But the shrine may yet reveal its secrets. First is first. Determine how to rekindle the flame.
Okay, I guess it didn't really hurt her spirit that much, so... Right. I suppose at some point this must have been an actual shrine. It's now destroyed for some reason. Oh yeah, let's eat that. I want to know what attributes it has. And use a scalpel. One-handed melee. That's a dagger. Deals poison damage. On occasion, this delicate blade vibrates slightly when sheathed. That sounds pretty awesome. Not gonna swap to that though. Okay. Well then, so far so good. I know that I haven't done everything on this island, but I don't know what else there would be. I presume that the plantation also has some other quest attached to it, maybe. But I don't really care, because I haven't found it, so I think we should just leave. Yeah, so the topmost bar, 4 out of 5, I think that's quote-unquote the major quest lines that are happening in these places, right? Wait, what kind of quest is this? Storm on the horizon? Wait, is this still something that we... This is the follow-up, right? To the other 2 quests that I did? Dealing with both the Sea Vipers and the Temple. I wonder if... If we'd done this first... I wonder if it had given me some sort of additional hints? Or not hints, but possible ways to resolve the other quests? Ooh, that's a good question. Maybe we could have tipped the people off about a potential threat before that ambassador from the Dominion was killed. Talk to Razumdar. I guess we'll see, huh? Where the hell has he gone? Oh, he's up there. Ooh. I guess it took the wrong entrance into the city. How does nobody notice this? Well, that's a player bear, right? Yeah, I was gonna say. How do you not see him stealing stuff constantly from you? Ooh. Holy shit. That looks pretty awesome. Sometimes it takes a bit for the textures to load in, which is weird, but... Pretty awesome looking armor set.
This one has heard reports. You've kept busy. Good. You fit in now more than ever. How did things go?
Put an end to the troubles in Shattered Shoals at the Temple of the Morning Springs.
Clearly, you were meant to help us out. John and Jode have a sense of humor, yes? And of course, Raz thinks discretion deserves a reward.
Gold Fleet's Beacon. Suppose that's a staff? Ooh, nice. Level 9. Huh.
ship has sunk. We must find someone to hire us until the next comes in.
Perhaps we should ask the
Why are they suddenly talking so loudly?
They will need help rebuilding after
Okay, level up rewards. Skill lines. Class and weapon skill lines only level up if you have an ability from that line on your hotbar. Okay. Shut up!
Ideas aren't my strong suit.
Weapon skill lines will also advance if you have that weapon type equipped.
You have a point. Mattia, what else?
Honestly, it might be worth it to just unlock all the quest lines to know what they do, right? So, just with... just like with the crafting, if you just quickly equip like a staff, for example, right? It'll probably give you that quest, that skill line. And then again, that is something to look into at some point in the future, right? Another greatsword deals oblivion damage based on a portion of the enemy's max's health. Deals a maximum of 4,000 oblivion damage. Increases experience gain from kills by 6%. Part of the profit set. Okay. They all have the same effect. I do like my current one, not gonna lie. And technically, do you think that it's better? So the thing with the oblivion damage is that it... I feel like it would deal less damage overall. I don't know how this would be calculated, right? Because on the right, the sword, technically, if you're just, you know, reading through this, oh wait, I have other armor trainee set pieces equipped, right? Which is why all 3 effects are active. So I technically also gain a ton of stats from it at the same time. It increases, then it also increases the chance to play status effects, and technically it deals, what is it, about 2,700 damage per hit. Which I presume the Prophet's Greatsword technically deals quite a bit more damage when the enemy is still at full health, but that gets less and less. But yeah, with all the additional effects, I don't think that I want another greatsword for the time. I do know that I think later you get the chance to equip a different weapon and you can swap between them. So I wonder if I should go with a ranged weapon for that. A bow or something? I don't know if that makes sense. I could also go with the staff, but I don't really want to play a magic user. Bow could be pretty boring, though. I think I'm gonna... Let's just take the bow. Let's see.
What gave you that idea? Seriously, keep down about that.
Just keep increasing my health for the time being.
Coward.
You weren't there.
And then... What else am I gonna do?
I don't know.
What was this again? Oh right, that's just a straight up increase to my damage, which might be worth it at this point.
There's anything left, you paid well. There isn't.
I can still morph this, but I'm never using it, so... I guess I could also start leveling this, right? Technically, at least so far, I feel like the Flaming Skull ability is actually better than It's better than the other healing ability, because I don't really lose health all that much, so why would I need more healing, right? I think it also makes sense to level this up a little bit, just to have more options. let me see. I think, yeah, let's go with the heavy weapons thing for now. Because that just increases my base damage. And next level I'm gonna go for Gravelord, or for the Flame Skull, and equip that instead of the healing area of effect thing that I have currently on. Also, okay, so this was always a bit weird in the Elder Scrolls, I think, because I'm fairly certain that it was always this weird in all of the single-player games as well. Since I'm wearing all 3 types of armor, I'm leveling up all 3 skill lines at the same time, and I'm leveling them up at a pretty steady rate, I would say. Which is weird, considering that you'd think that it would be better to invest in one thing in particular. Okay, so I guess what offsets it here a bit is that, yes, I'm leveling all 3 at the same time, but I'm not really gaining anything from leveling them since I'm not investing into their skills, right? And it's not really worth it for me to invest into their skills yet because, well, because I don't have a full set of any one type of armor equipped, but I've mixed and matched so far. So yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, it is a pretty cool offset, right? So you can either invest into the skills, but then it's better for you to only wear one of them, or you can make sure that you level all the skills, but then you don't really want to invest in them. So yeah, that's fine, I think. Works fine. Also, I'm still at the very beginning parts of the game, right? So it's not really... I feel like I'm not really...
I see the delight in your eyes. You want something special, yes?
at risk of missing out on anything, right? I can just... I mean, that's the cool part of the game, is that you can... I don't know, 40 levels from now, I would, at least I think so, I would technically be able to just swap over to, let's say, a fire staff. And obviously I would have less abilities at that point, but I could, in theory, use that to deal damage and just swap over to that skill line. It's going to take me a while to then unlock more stuff there, but it, you know, it's a possibility. So that's pretty cool. Also, the Khajiit that we were talking to about the books, they mentioned her, like the merchant in town, that they wanted to sell the books to her, which is it's pretty awesome that the names do keep popping up, right? They're not just saying, oh, I want to sell the books. They're actually mentioning the specific merchant in town. I do like that. Okay, is there anything worth buying? Not really. Let's see, what can we sell? Does it make sense to sell this? I feel like it doesn't really. This one I can sell. These are researchable. I don't want to keep too many of them in my inventory all the time. But then again, I mean, so far it's not too much. These things. I already forgot about them again. I would like to look for them, but I have no idea where they are. And I don't want to stay on the island for 2 more hours just to find these things, right? I kind of think it's funny that I still even have them, but... Iron Maze. Should I sell this? By the way, let's just sell those. Yeah, sure. Oh, I forgot to ornate. Oh yeah, can sell this. We can sell this. That's good. And I wanted to eat the beetle scuttle. Materials use. Breach. Okay. Oh, that's a cool outfit. Heh, that's way more reminiscent of 14, right? It's not really skimpy, but yeah. definitely fairly revealing, and more so than revealing, it was fairly casual, whereas most of the armor and clothing and whatnot that you see in this game is actually pretty lore accurate, I guess you could say. Okay, let's see. So these are in my bank. I need to remember to get them out at some point. Let's deconstruct these. And then... Oops. It's the one-handed one that I wanted to keep. By the way, I do wonder how this skill leveling up actually works. So is there a point where it just stops leveling? Because they all had a cap in the single player games. It was all, I think it was always 100, right? The skills kept at 100, but later on, at least in Skyrim, later on in a patch, they introduced, I don't remember what they called it, but it was some sort of mastery of skills. So you could, because there was also a perk system associated with it, right? So you would get, whenever you used a skill, it would level up, right? I mean, that's sort of the main thing in the Elder Scrolls, is that skills level up by using them. And so obviously they became stronger, right? If you had, I don't know, alchemy at 70, your potions were much more potent than what they were at alchemy 20. But I think it was like every 10 skill levels, something like that. Every 10 skill levels, your normal level would increase, right? So obviously just playing through the game normally, first of all, that meant that you leveled up considerably slower later on, right? Because all of your skills, you know, leveled up, and so it was more difficult to attain the next level. But also, I think each level up gave you a perk point that you could then invest into a specific perk, and every single skill line, so alchemy, you know, light armor, all of those skill lines had specific perks attached to them, and so you could make your proficiency in those skills even better by investing into the perks. Now, sadly, it was very poorly balanced in Skyrim, which meant that you had a bunch of perks that were completely useless. I remember it wasn't thievery, but there was something along the lines of lockpicking, right? I think it was literally lockpicking, the skill line. And you could unlock things that would make it, I think, easier to pick locks. But since the game essentially gives you an infinite amount of lockpicks, and even later on, I think you can craft like a lockpick that holds forever, if I remember that correctly, or maybe that was associated with like a specific quest line. Either way, it was completely pointless to invest into those perks because it was super easy to pick most locks anyways, right? So there was literally no benefit to investing into those skills, whereas other perks were super, super powerful, right? And basically doubled your damage output or your, I don't know, crafting skill or whatever. But at some point, they came up with the idea of it might have been called legendary system or something, where if you got to 100 in any given skill line, you would be able to reset it. I guess they took the idea possibly from Call of Duty. I think they were the first among major games where you could do that. So in Call of Duty, you can reset your online rank once you've reached max rank, right? And you can do that, I think, possibly an infinite amount of times. And it displays how often you've done that on your online profile, right? Which obviously, if a person has done that quite a number of times, they're, well, either a pretty good player or at least a very, you know, a person who's played a lot of Call of Duty. Anyways, you could do the same thing in Skyrim with the skills, so it would reset your progress, which meant that obviously you were a lot weaker with that specific skill for a time before you leveled it up again. But it did mean that you could get more actual levels and more perks, right? So essentially, after a long time, you would have theoretically been able to unlock all the perks that the game has by doing that, right? Which was pretty cool. But it does make me wonder how this works here. Does it just cap at 100? Can you reset it for some reason? Does it cap at 50? I think originally when this game released, the max level was 50, but I never knew whether or not that also pertained to skill lines. And, well, I think the skill line themselves... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works here. We'll have to see about that. So these aren't researchable, correct? Yeah, otherwise it would show that. So I'm going to keep, I guess, this one. So let's deconstruct this. Let's deconstruct this. And this is higher. Wait, is this higher level? It's technically not, right? Maybe I just can't wear it for some reason. Oh, right. And now we got the other bow, right? So we can get rid of this one too. All right, perfect. Oh, that's very weird. That's even worse than I wanted to jump up and accidentally stole something from the crate. Holy shit. I forgot about this. I always forget about the second menu here. Okay, this only ever has armor. Good, good, good. Right. So now we only have that one quest line left. Is there anything else that I want to do here? I mean, obviously I will be able to come back here, but for now, I think I've pretty much done everything there is to do. Right, so let's head over back to the key and actually board that ship and see where it takes us. Maybe they should repair this. I guess it just broke during the storm, right? We don't really know what this... Oh, oops. Also completely wrong direction. We don't really know what this place looked like before the storm hit.
Cat's Eye Key. Would you listen to these bumpkins? Who says key?
Exactly. Call it Cat's Eye Quay. Like the divines intended.
What are you all about? It's Cat's Eye K. What imbecile says Quay?
My mother, the Arbor Master.
Bumpkin.
Okay. This was a seriously great conversation that can just randomly happen. I mean, not really randomly. I suppose they're probably always talking about the same thing whenever you approach them, but they put this in here specifically because they knew that most people would have problems knowing whether or not it's considered quay or key or... Well, as I said earlier, I think it might be an old word for key, right? Because key is, or key typically does refer to a harbor type thing, as far as I know. So, yeah. That's pretty great, calling it out like that. Whew. It does still look pretty rough, right? I mean, if they want to rebuild this, that's going to take a while. because most buildings are destroyed. This is all destroyed. At least one ship got destroyed, I think. And this is going to take some serious rebuilding. I mean, look at how big this was. This is actually pretty insane that this was half the city, right? It got completely wrecked during the storm.
Couldn't have been natural.
Well, thankfully we did help them, I guess. That's the one thing I suppose the game won't do, because that would probably be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to pull off in an online game, is... Oh, now she's here too. Would she have helped during the attack? I don't really fully... I'm pretty sure that you were supposed to do the temple questline before the whole harbor thing happened. Maybe we would have met her here? Oh! Oh, okay, I just realized. You know what would have happened? I was confused by that. So before I went into the harbor, right, when we were at the door, and we talked to... What was her name? Her? Furion? The guy that was standing next to her was just sort of a random...
What do you think?
Spellcaster, right? And I was confused. I was confused why there was one person I knew and then a random person. Because I feel like most people in that situation would probably pick the NPC that they've already seen that actually has a name, right? But the spellcaster was just there because I hadn't done the other quest. So I think they would have replaced that random spellcaster with Gathwin if I had done the temple quest first. Which I appreciate. I do wish, though, that the spellcaster wouldn't have been there at all, right? So, yeah. So you can essentially choose, once you've done both quests, you can just choose which one of these... which one of the two you want to take with you during the assault. Yeah. I don't know. I wish they would have pushed me a little bit more in the direction of... I mean, the way the quests were set up, it was fairly clear that you were probably supposed to do the temple first. But once you reach the city, you're kind of... roped into this whole ordeal, right? I mean, they make it seem as if everything's happening at a fairly fast pace, which I do appreciate because it keeps everything rolling, right? It keeps the story rolling. It was a pretty good pace for those quests. But yeah, it's then a little bit of a weird one with the other quests, that they're giving you the opportunity to do this out of order, yet it doesn't really feel as if it was prepared for me to do that. It doesn't really matter in the end, technically, right? Technically, these quests do work out of order, but they don't flow as well, I suppose. Whatever. Let's get to our next destination. Auridon. Yeah, I would have liked to read that.
You are the one I seek.
Who did figure? Who are you?
Greetings. My benefactor wishes to speak to you about a matter that could affect the fate of our world.
That sounds important. What does your benefactor want?
If my benefactor wished to discuss details in the open, why send a messenger? The matter is for your ears only.
Well, isn't it usually that the messenger still relays the message? I guess you'd have to... Weird. Whatever. Where can I find him?
A passenger cabin in the interim suitor down at the docks. Do not tarry.
Alright, I'll seek them out. Oh, wow! You can just teleport away? Okay. Sure. You do that. Soul Shriven in Cold Harbor. Talk to the benefactor. I feel like that's the old main quest, correct? Cold Harbor, I definitely remember that name. I completely forgot, though. Oh, what the hell is going on there? I completely forgot that... the main quest doesn't start immediately. Because that was a bit confusing to me, the whole deal with having a completely different tutorial. Because the old... That's what I do remember, is that the old tutorial is literally in Cold Harbor, right? So they've changed that up a little bit, which I do really appreciate. Wait, he's on this ship too? The watch captain's somewhere else. This already looks pretty beautiful, by the way. Prowler deckhand.
Our next run, I'm going to volunteer for the Crow's Nest. Tired of stinking cargo, stinking crewmates, stinking captains. Ah!
Well, what? Are you gonna sleep up there too? At some point you'll have to come down. This is a pretty beautiful harbor. I should look at the world map. We're pretty far away, right? From Khenarthi's Roost. Auridon. Alright. Really interested to see what this is going to be like. I do find it quite strange. Well, first of all, I find it strange that they just show all the dungeons on the map. I don't know why that's a thing. Right? I mean, why? Why? You'd think that you still would have to unlock dungeons before you can run them. I don't know. Okay, so we're now here. I wish they would have just elaborated a little bit more on how or why this island is so important. I mean, I get that it has, or possibly has, a very good strategic position. Especially if you want to attack sort of the main continent from the ocean. But... Yeah, I wish they would have just elaborated on that a bit more. Same thing with the teleport shrines. I don't know why they're doing that specifically. So, I feel like... Okay. I'm pretty sure the reason for why they are unlocked is so that if you don't really like whatever questline you're currently on, you can just fairly quickly switch to a different location and just start a completely different questline. So I get the idea behind it, but just like with the dungeons, I wish they would have gone about it in a little bit of a different way. Possibly, I don't know. It would have been pretty awesome if, for example, you can... Once you're done with the initial zone or whatever you picked, that you'd have the opportunity to maybe go back to the Keyrights Gallery and just choose another portal, right? And then you would get to another place and sort of more naturally unlock the teleport shrines instead of just having them on the map. I feel like that's not very immersive, sadly. Same goes for the dungeons. I mean, you don't have to look at the map, obviously. Right? You could just stay at, I don't know, the local map if you want. But I don't know. It's just one of those things where you wish they would have done that in a slightly different way. Anyways, let's go below deck. Who was clapping?
You're no sailor. I can tell by the smell.
Was that a compliment? Did you mean that we're smelling good? Who the fuck is clapping? Oh, you guys are. What a riveting dance performance. This guy? Okay. Well, what's up, buddy? What the? What the hell? You just get knocked out? Are you serious? Yeah, this looks fucked up. Whoa. Holy shit. There we are. I think, yeah, this is the old tutorial area. What an awesome way to get you back here. What the fuck? Okay, that was really, really cool. That was really well made. Especially since, you know, all that happened was I talked to the guy. I didn't expect that at all. I mean, I was suspicious looking at him, right? But that he would be, you know, tied up and with the thing in his mouth, and then and you get knocked out immediately. You didn't have to, you know, continue the dialogue, but it just happened. That was really well done. What a cool idea. Okay, so I guess now we have to get out of here.
Whoa there.
Hi.
Are you all right? The name's Lyris.
Also, the cutscene was really cool. I
Still
don't.
got some fight left in you. You're going to need it.
Yeah. I don't think that cutscene didn't play initially.
Run to the litter.
I don't think the cutscene played initially when you started the game. I'm pretty sure. Because that looked really, really cool.
Keep your weapon ready and stay sharp. This place is full of surprises.
So what's the implication there? We were just... we were smacked over the head. What was that? I do remember this place, because I've been through here quite a number of times, actually. Because it was so often that I tried starting the game, but never really managed to do it. But it still looks awesome, though.
Keep moving.
Ugh. Yeah, let's not look at that for too long. So it looked like we were imprisoned, but imprisoned completely normally, like in the human plane, right? Or mortal plane. And then we were actually sacrificed, so it looked like we were probably killed with in that weird ritual that was going on, and that then transported us here. Oh, well, these guys aren't really that strong, huh?
Let's get out of here, my friend. The Prophet.
Greetings, Vestige. Like you, I am a prisoner in this place. You must rescue me, and I, in turn, must rescue you.
Okay.
Hold a moment. Come here. We need to talk.
The Prophet.
He's a prisoner here too. It was very dangerous for him to speak to you, even for a moment. You must think you can help me.
Help you do what?
Break him out, of course. Believe me, I can use all the help I can get. That blind old man is the only person alive who can help us get back home. Tamriel's a long way from here.
Where do we go?
These tunnels will eventually take us to the Towers of Eyes. That's where we'll find the Sentinels.
And what are they?
Magical constructs created by Molag Bal to guide his vision in Cold Harbor. The Sentinels are connected. If we destroy one, the others will be blinded. With any luck, that will buy us the time we need to free the Prophet.
So how do we do that?
I've no idea. Brute force? We'll find a way. We have to. Be ready for anything. I doubt Molag Bal left the Sentinels unguarded.
How do you know so much about this? I have questions.
I'm sure you do. And I'll answer them as best I can.
What's this place? Where the hell am I?
You're obviously not in Tamriel anymore. Think of the most miserable, depressing place you've ever been in your life. That's paradise compared to Cold Harbor. And to top it off, well, there's no easy way to say it. You're dead.
Okay, that's so awesome that they've done it this way. I'm trying to think back when this happened originally, because this was the tutorial as far as I'm concerned. I think you literally woke up here, but was there any sort of scene that played before that? I really don't remember. Or did you just go to that initial island and were then captured on the boat ride to the mainland? Absolutely no idea, man. The funny thing is, I could have just walked off the boat, right? I could have just continued on with the Dominion quest or whatever without even starting this. Wait, so that messenger lady, did she trick me? I guess she must have, or she just didn't know about it. Okay. But we were killed now, which is interesting. So technically we were alive beforehand and now we were killed.
I don't know. Once we rescue the Prophet, he can tell you about the gods and the ways of oblivion. I don't understand any of it myself.
Who is this Prophet?
He's a strange one, no doubt about it. But he's the wisest man I've ever met. He sees things. The past, the future.
So what's this place and where am I?
You're obviously not in Tamriel anymore. Think of the most
she just said that.
Depressing place.
Wait, why is it cycling back to this conversation? That's
weird.
weird.
The gods and the ways of oblivion.
If I'm dead, who killed me?
A man named Menamarco. His worm cult is doing some kind of ritual back in Tamriel. They sacrificed you and everyone in this prison to the Daedric Prince Molag Bal. After you died, whatever was left showed up here. They call you the Soul Shriven.
Well, that's not a very pretty name. Menamarco. So at least we know who did it. That's good. Worm cult, huh? What does that mean?
It means you're a slave and you'll spend the rest of eternity here in Cold Harbor, working under the lash of the Daedra. Unless, of course, you come with me.
Okay, so they're doing that ritual, killing people in order to have slaves for whatever they're trying to accomplish. Alright. So far, so good. Are you dead too?
No, I wasn't sacrificed. The Prophet and I were brought here conventionally, if that makes any sense. But we're prisoners here, same as you.
Interesting. How can we rescue the Prophet?
It won't be easy. The place is watched by magical constructs called Sentinels. We won't stand a chance unless we can blind them. I'll tell you more when we get there. And we'll never get there if we don't get moving.
Alright, let's go then.
We should keep moving.
By the way, is she just very large? I think she might be. Then again, I think I didn't really make my character max height. What was that? Where are you going? Oh, well, that's not great.
Well played, friend. Arcase Beer, you are good in a fight.
Okay.
The god of brutality knows of your escape. Hurry.
Oh, okay. Just gives me bait. Gnawed bone. I don't know, I can't get over how well they've integrated the old tutorial into that new beginning and everything. That's pretty awesome. Because it also, now it literally works like it's always done in Elder Scrolls, where you kind of get an inkling what the main quest is, right? It always gets told to you, or it has something to do with whatever happens at the start of the game. But they never force you into it, right? You can just walk away, you can do other quests, you can go somewhere else. I guess I wouldn't have even had to talk to that messenger, technically. I mean, maybe they would have shown up again, or maybe they would have followed me. I don't really know.
The God of Schemes can see every part of Cold Harbor. We need to distract him.
Need to distract who?
What was your name again? Target practice?
What? Where are we going? Ooh, that looks fancy. So I suppose usually these are actually some sort of machines that we as slaves were supposed to operate? There's a lot of slaves around.
Try to be inconspicuous. Just got free of this place. The last thing we need is to get recaptured.
Okay.
I'll keep watch.
So I think you had to sneak up on these. Maybe? Oh, it's an actual eye. I don't even really remember this. Did they overhaul this a little bit as well? Because this looks way cooler than it was before. Wait, so should I wait for it to turn back around? Very reminiscent of the Lord of the Rings, isn't it? Does it just turn? There we go. Nice.
Quickly, while he's blinded, we must get to the Prophet's cell.
Okay, it's a bit weird that I hear you. Oh, you're right next to me. Never mind. I was gonna say, it's a bit weird that I can hear what you're saying, even though you were down here, but... I guess she came running after she heard me destroying the thing. So these guys are still just working here? I don't think they really still fully know what they're doing. They seem pretty dead to me, honestly. I guess I was glad that I was... Or I'm lucky that I was found right away by her. Okay, where are we going? I feel like they overhauled this space. I don't think they had these slaves in here and stuff.
Fool! You will never escape my realm.
Hermamora's wagging tongue. The door's warded. We'll never get in this way.
Okay. What do we do then?
Damn it. Destroying the Sentinel must have triggered these wards. We'll need to find another way in. Maybe Cadwell can help us.
Who's that?
Cadwell is the oldest of the Soul Shriven. After years of torment, Soul Shriven usually go insane and turn feral. But not Cadwell. He was already insane before he left Tamriel. Mad as a box of frogs, but completely harmless. You'll see.
How can he help us?
Cadwell sees things as he wishes them to be. To him, Cold Harbor is a wondrous place. It's his home. And he knows it like the back of his hand. He's usually down by the river. Let's go find him.
Alright. Sure. Let's do that. 1 second now. Where is he?
One fine day in the middle of the night, two dead kings got up to fight,
back to back, they faced each other, drew their bows, and stabbed themselves.
Is that supposed to be a song? Because it's not a very good one. What the hell?
Hello, what's this? Out for a stroll then? Lovely day for it.
Are you Catwell?
Sir Cadwell, yes, indeed.
Ah,
a
sir,
pleasure.
sorry about that.
And fair Lyris, good to see you, my dear. How are you then?
I'm trying to get inside the Prophet's cell, but the door's sealed.
Oh dear. Well, that is inconvenient, isn't it?
Why is he hiding behind his
I
guitar?
happen to know another way in. Much more of a scenic route. Rather a fun little jaunt, actually, full of traps and corpses and nasty beasties filling up the bits in between.
Okay, sounds interesting.
Rather cautiously, I expect. Watch your step, hold your nose, and do mind the traps. There'll like as not be a fair dose of running and skull bashing as well.
So where's the entrance?
Follow the river. You'll find the door to the Undercroft at the water's end. Once you're inside, stick to the light, and you'll find a ladder that will take you right up to the Prophet straight away. Do give him my best.
Alright, sounds easy enough. Thanks.
Best of luck. Do check in now and again, won't you?
Well, I mean, we can just talk now. Tell me a bit about yourself.
Well, there's not much to tell, is there? It's the same old pish-tosh, gallant knight, epic quests, rescued maidens. I came to this land when my head was quite unceremoniously separated from my body. Bad luck that, but you make the best of things.
I mean, your head looks great here, though. How long have you been here?
Oh, quite a long time. In fact, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if I was the oldest of the soul shriven. Of those who didn't go feral, that is. I know every tunnel and path, every nook and cranny. The others look up to me, I suppose.
And how do you know Lyris?
Ah, Lyris. Girl's as mad as sheer Gorus jammies. Heart's in the right place, I suppose. Says she's got to rescue the Prophet to save us all from eternal torment. How an old blind man could do that is quite beyond me.
I really like talking to him. Also, okay, that is a gripe that I have with voice acting in quite a number of games, is that they... I mean, that's, for me, a sign of really, really great voice acting. Whenever you have voice actors that talk like normal people, right? Instead of sort of enunciating everything perfectly and reading the line, you know, ah, Lyris. Girls as mad as she'll Gorth as jammies. I mean, you can still have a great voice and pronounce it really cool and everything, but that's not how normal people talk, right? A normal person, just like he just did, would say, ah, there it is. Girls as mad as she'll Gorth as jammies. Heart's in the right place, I suppose, right? So, sort of a quicker thing, sometimes stopping here and there for a pause, but then doing another quick sentence, sometimes stumbling over your own words and everything. And I feel like the first game that really showed to me how good voice acting can be is certainly Persona 5, because that game has absolutely amazing voice acting. And very realistic voice acting too, right? Realistic in the sense that they're actually talking like normal people, and they're sometimes, you know, confused, sometimes they're angry, sometimes they're shouting, or you know, laughing, or even eating while they're saying something, and that's just realistic, right? And it's fun and way more engaging if you hear people like that. And I do remember, well, about this game specifically, but also from what I've now played through, the voice acting obviously isn't bad. Like, the voice actors know what they're doing, they're good, but it is just a line read, right? It isn't really... It's not really in the situation most of the time. And I know that that's obviously insanely difficult to do, especially for an MMO like this, where, you know, thousands of quests have to be voiced, and you cannot always tell the voice actors for every single character the specific situation they're in, where the NPC is. The developers might not even know all of those details when they go in to record the voice lines, right? So it's, you know, it is what it is, but it's always refreshing to have this, because it's just way more engaging to talk to these people, right? Or these NPCs. Alright, let's go to that tunnel. I do have to answer a message first, though.
Probably means it's a death trap. Better be careful.
Let's go. Where's that thing? Wait. I feel like it's behind here somewhere. Can we not get them out? I guess not. The lighting's really awesome, though. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty cool. Oh, that's her.
The sooner you get that door open, the sooner we can get out of here.
Right, this was the original lockpicking tutorial, I'm pretty sure. What would they have done if I didn't have any lockpicks with me, though? Maybe there's a way to find a couple here. There we go. It's actually been a while since I had to lockpick something, right? It's definitely not that often that you find things that are locked. An axe. Eh. I can stay here. I do have to say, though, that the scaling and everything seems to be working quite well. I always think that you can pick these frogs up and use them as alchemical ingredients, but it seems like that's not the case.
Come get some more, you skeeving hawkers.
Nice. Okay. Is it this way? Oh, where did you come from? Is he just sitting on the ground somewhere? Might have been. Oh yeah, some of these guys are just sitting on the ground. Did not realize that was a thing. Sadly, they never really seem to drop anything.
Got that one to fight. The god of self-punishment.
Well, I also think that considering that it is the old tutorial area, I'm not too concerned with finding some sort of treasure here or, you know, super rare things. Oh, there is a treasure chest over here, though. Rawhide darts. Well, that was really worth it. These flames are the first thing that properly deals damage to me, I think. Alright, there we go. Nothing of importance in there. There we are. I think this is already the last part of this whole
Prophet's
thing.
cage should be just ahead. Quickly now, we haven't much time.
I do remember there was a boss fight here. I don't remember much about the main quest.
Good news is we made it here in one piece, and the Prophet looks
because I never really got far. I mentioned this at some point already.
It's going to be up to you to keep him safe and get him back to Tamriel. I'm not going with you.
Wait, why? Yeah, as I mentioned, so in the original game, when they didn't have the you can do any quest at any time thing implemented, this main quest only popped up, I think it was every 5 levels? Or might have even been only every 10 levels, something ridiculous like that. So it took like an insane amount of time before you could do the next quest, which meant that you weren't really all that invested in what was happening at all, right? So I have no idea how they've changed that. I do remember that I've been through this tutorial at some point because I wanted to get back into the game, and obviously that didn't really turn out the way I wanted it to, but I don't really know how it continues now. I mean, theoretically, we should be able to just go through the main quest if I want to, but I guess we'll see about that.
There's a trick to opening the cell. The only way for a prisoner to leave is for another living soul to take their place. I need to swap places with the Prophet.
Again? Okay, so this falls a bit flat, obviously, after the whole temple thing in Kanathe's Roost. Again, I think the temple quest line there, they didn't really... The stakes were too high. They didn't really establish enough about that. It was too much of a... It felt like too much of a side quest for the raced stakes, I guess. Is there no other way?
Believe me, I wish there was, but I don't see anyone else here with a beating heart, do you? If Molag Bal isn't stopped, he'll destroy everyone and everything we've ever loved.
Okay then, I'm ready when you are.
Once it's done, get moving. The Prophet will know where to go, but he'll need your eyes and your protection.
Alright. Let's do this then. No. Hello. I do remember the Dremora from Oblivion quite a bit. They were always really, really fun enemies to fight. For some reason, I always liked fighting these more humanoid Dremora a lot more than the sort of more animal-like enemies on the Plane of Oblivion. In general, the Plane of Oblivion wasn't really my favorite place, I would say.
Freedom! I remember this feeling. It will be fleeting, though, if Molag Bal has his way.
That wouldn't really be my reaction to freedom if somebody had just sacrificed themselves to be imprisoned in my stead, but alright.
Thank the divines you are safe. There is that at least. Lyra sacrificed everything that we might go free. Her sacrifice must not be in vain.
Oh yeah, by the way, let me try one thing real quick. Okay, that's cool. So, I had problems in yesterday's stream with my monitor freezing in OBS. And apparently that's fixed. So I updated something yesterday and it looks like it works, because I think I should be able to go over to my other monitor and it would be fine. Because typically at this point, considering that I've streamed for 4 hours now, the monitor would essentially be frozen. So, not for me, but in OBS, it wouldn't update the monitor anymore. And I read through like 2 threads yesterday on GitHub, and they were actual comments from the developers, I think, that apparently there was some sort of problem. Anyway, it seems to be fixed now, which hopefully should come in handy for tomorrow's stream of the Omega Protocol in 14. And I hope that works correctly. Okay. Anyways, can we find a way to take her with us?
I wish that were possible, but I promise you, once we escape Cold Harbor, we will find a way to rescue her together, Vestige.
Vestige?
That is the name I have given you. You are but a trace of your former self, a soulless one, an empty vessel that longs to be filled. It is as the scrolls foretold, but not exactly as I imagined.
Why does Lurus call you the Prophet?
That is what I've come to be called. My true name is lost even to me. Years of torment have taken their toll. Quickly now, we must make haste to the anchor.
By the way, the scrolls always have been something that I thought was a really, really cool idea about the Elder Scrolls. I don't think it's really their idea. It's more so based on things or concepts or ideas that had already existed, possibly hundreds of years ago. But I just thought that it was really, really cool, because well, I got into the whole series with Oblivion, right? And while Oblivion was a really, really good RPG for its time, I never quite knew why it was even called The Elder Scrolls Oblivion, right? I mean, obviously that was the name of the series, right? That's very clear. But I never quite got what that meant for the game itself, right? In terms of the lore behind it. And I don't think that in Oblivion, there aren't really any quests that pertain to the Elder Scrolls that much. I think there might be like one or two bigger side quests that do mention them and go into a little bit more detail, but they're not really that on, like, they're not on the forefront of it. And it kind of blew my mind when I played through Skyrim, and there is, like, I think it's during the main quest, where you find an actual Elder Scroll, right? And I think you utilize it for something. I don't really remember what it was. But the way it's supposed to work, I think, is that Elder Scrolls, you can't really read them, and you're going blind when you try to. But there are a couple of people who did attempt it, obviously, you know, scholars and whatnot, that are very keen to know how they, or want to know how they work and all of that. Yeah, and some people do claim to be able to read them. The interesting part about them, though, is that they're sort of timeless things, which I thought was really, really clever, or just an awesome and cool concept. But the Elder Scrolls, there are these really ancient, rare, you know, hidden scrolls. Not many people really know about them at all or know how to read them. And supposedly they contain everything there ever was and everything there ever will be. So you could potentially look into the future with them, right? Because the way it works, or the way I think it was explained in Skyrim, is that they are... Time doesn't exist for the scrolls, right? So, almost like a black hole, the Elder Scroll is at every single point in time at once, and therefore can also contain all the knowledge of every time period, because it never... For the scroll itself, time doesn't pass, right? It's everywhere at once, supposedly. And I thought that was such a cool concept, right? And something that also very rarely happens in most games is that they don't go into too much detail, and they always make it this, you know, almost unreachable concept, this thing that is just hidden from you, that doesn't even play that much of a role within most of the games, like, at all, even though the games are named after it. Now, he obviously just mentioned it, but yeah, the concept in and of itself I always found really, really intriguing and really cool. Anyways, Anchor, what do you mean by that?
The anchors are Daedric machines of the darkest magic. Their chains bind our world and pull it towards Cold Harbor. I can use one of these anchors to return us to Tamriel, but you must lead me to it.
Alright, let's go then.
Up the stairs, quickly! We must get to the anchor mooring!
Well, I guess she'll stay here.
There it is! The dark anchor mooring.
This looks so awesome. This is definitely what intrigued me about this entry to the series to begin with, because obviously this was also part of the big CGI launch trailer that they did back in the day. And this idea that they have these big anchors that are used by Molag Bal to literally, you know, push down to the planet and draw it to this realm.
Soon your world will be in my chains.
I thought that was a really, really awesome concept.
I will protect you.
Let's just put that down, since I do have it. Well, that was easy.
A moment, Vestige.
Didn't even deal that much damage. I think it dropped the necklace. Collar of Bones. Increased maximum health by 888. The strand was taken from the neck of the Child of Bones. It's surprisingly cold. Okay, so I can wear a cold or warm necklace. A cold one does give me a bit more health, though. Let's do that.
The Dark Anchor's portal is high above us. I will prepare a spell to lift us to it. But first, you must reattune yourself to Nern in order to regain your physical form. To do this, you will need a Sky Shard.
Yeah, you already know about that. Oh, so right, they were mentioned here. We already know about them a little bit from our adventures in the Curate's Gallery.
A shard of ethereal magicka that carries the essence of Nern. Some link them to Lorcan, the missing god of creation. If you collect and absorb its power, it should restore your corporeal form. I will summon one of these shards for you to absorb.
Lorcan, the missing god of creation. I wonder if that's going to play a role in this quest later on. It would be pretty awesome. I hope that they actually have more lore about the Sky Shards in
upon us now and
the game.
Anoint us with your blessing. There, quickly, collect the Sky Shard.
Is it going to give me another skill point? Oh, wait, no, I have... I don't think this counts, right?
Great Akatosh, dragon god of time, I require
I don't
your
even know where
strength.
to look for that.
Let the way be opened. Let these wandering souls return home. Let the will of Molag Bal be denied. Hurry! We must go now!
Alright. This was fairly quick. I liked it.
The vestige awakens once again. Come here. We must speak.
First, I need to look at what's in the barrel. Why is there a cute little spider here? Okay, what was all that
As I
about?
feared, we arrived in different locations. I am in a city near the sea, in a land of eternal spring. The air smells of the ocean and of markets and gardens. It matters not. You have awakened once again, and we must set you on your path.
Why did I awaken here, though? I mean, I was essentially captured, killed. Well, I guess we can assume that the body was just thrown in here, potentially? Because I didn't really... Like, they probably don't really care what they do with the bodies or something? How long was I unconscious? Or dead, rather?
Days, weeks, I cannot tell. The voids between worlds disrupted all sense of time and space. I know only that you were deposited into the sea, and some charitable soul fished you out and brought you to dry land.
Okay. What should I do now?
I'm afraid you will have to decide that for yourself. I must focus on searching for a way to repay Lyris's bold sacrifice. I cannot simply abandon her to the wrath of Molag Bal.
Okay. So when will I see you again?
I cannot foresee that, not yet. But we will meet again. There is still much we need to accomplish.
A sealed urn. Oh, I get a skill point for this. That's pretty cool. And a skill line soul magic. Wait, didn't I... Do not already have this? Isn't that the... I think that's... That, whatever.
Be wary, Vestige. Our very plane of existence is in peril. The threat of Molag Bal looms across all Tamriel, and chaos spreads in its shadow. Danger roams the land and will assume many forms. Do not let it catch you off guard.
So, where should I go?
You must find your own path. But perhaps there is a reason for the place in which you find yourself. Explore, search for a cause to lend your hand. Join with others. You might even seek out those who rescued you from the sea. The choice is yours.
Who would I join up with?
We do not face these troubled times alone. Many shall rise up to fight this tide of darkness. Wherever you go, you will encounter others who share your courage and valor. Help them if you can, and enlist their aid if you have need of it.
Okay. Well, are we still in the same place? What the fuck? Wait, what? Who got sent back to Kanathi's Roost? Okay, so initially it was really, really cool how this all worked. Why the fuck are we back in Kanathi's Roost, though? It feels like now this would be... Because now we've actually been in a shipwreck, right? Technically. I mean, not really, but we... almost. Okay, that's a bit weird, but sure. Okay, well, I guess they didn't integrate it as well as I thought they did. Huh. Okay, and now we're just sort of back here. Huh. Wait, is he also talking to the Prophet currently? Let's just... He might be. I think a couple of people just simply don't know that their mic is on, right? Which I find somewhat disturbing that they wouldn't care about that so much, but though, right? Yeah, this setup is certainly very, very weird. That they get you back to Kanathi's Roost. I thought for sure that we were gonna wake up in this, like, in Ordon, in the same harbor that we already were in.
What is it?
But apparently not. Maybe that's why they had, because when I got here for the first time, right, there were a couple of people here on the beach that would have taken me to Ordon right away. Because maybe that's what was supposed to happen, and then you would go back to Kanathi. Either way, it would have been very weird, though, right?
I don't care to sail through corpses, but if I dock at Mistral, they'll inspect my cargo. Which is all legitimate, I assure you.
Sure. I'm looking for passage off this island.
Where do you need to go?
Well, where can you take me?
I can take you to Vulkelgard in Oridon. I have many things to sell to the High Elves. All of them legal.
Sure. Well, then take me there. All right. Well, yeah, this was... certainly weird. I don't know how else to describe it. This was...
There you are.
Strange.
Do not panic. Only you can see me. Come, we have to talk.
That's the ship I was on, right? Alright.
There you are, Vestige. We must speak at once.
Hi.
Listen well. I have located a safe harbor from which we might plan our course of action. You must meet me there.
And where is that?
I awoke upon a sandy shore, a stretch of beach, outside a bustling city of elves, Vulkelgard. The harborage is in a seaside cave outside the city. It is there that you will find me.
All right, let's do that. Yeah, it wouldn't have made way more sense if we would have swept back up here or just woke up back on the ship, or... Well, then the cutscene wouldn't have really made sense. Either way, this is definitely... I feel like... Now I wish I had already recorded my earlier tries at this game, because they definitely overhauled that somewhat. And I also think that that introductory cutscene to Cold Harbor was definitely new. But I might also be mistaken in that. I don't know. Either way, The reason why I think this is so weird is because they wouldn't have really had to do anything differently, right? I mean, it already works quite well. It's just this weird thing of... Okay, first of all, I thought that it was insanely strange that you can, after the Key Rights Gallery, you choose Kanathi's Roost, right? Which is supposed to be sort of this introductory island, I suppose, right? It's a small, contained space where you can get yourself acquainted with how the game works, how you discover locations, how the quests works, right? And then it naturally, like the quests there, after the whole attack on Mistral is done, the quests naturally direct you to the ship, and you get on the ship and get to this place, right? Okay, so far so good. But if it works like that, then why is there this ship right behind you once you get to Kanathi's Roost through the Key Right Gallery that would have taken you here immediately? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And then the tutorial, or not the old tutorial, the whole Cold Harbor thing, only appears once you're off Kanathi's Roost, at least in my case, right, if you decide to do that first. And then it takes you back there. I don't know, somewhere I feel like there was some miscommunication or something about how this was supposed to work, because I mean, it works quite well. It's just that it feels like they mixed up a couple of places. It would have been much better if the Key Rights Gallery, for example, would have sent you here. Then the Prophet would have met you right away. Or something like that. It is kind of strange, though, that they're... Because I was, the whole time was kind of intrigued by how they were going to do that, because somehow they obviously still had to introduce the old main quest into this whole thing. So when they started or changed the tutorial area, somehow that still had to work, right? So doing two tutorial areas back to back would have been weird. So having Kanathi's Roost in between does make sense, but then why is there... I don't know. In my opinion, just take the weird, just remove that Khajiit that I just talked to, right? The one that can take you here from Kanathi's Roost. Just take them out, right? Delete that NPC, because the decision in the Key Rights Gallery to go to Kanathi's Roost is because you want to go there, right? Otherwise you would go somewhere else. So why would you go, or why would you want to go off Kanathi's Roost right away? I don't know why that's there at that point, right? Because the whole point is to go through Kanathi's Roost and discover the natural progression and then be led to Auradon over the course of those quests, right? And then I feel like it would have made more sense if instead of arriving here and then somebody telling you, hey, there's somebody below deck that wants to talk to you, wouldn't it have made way more sense if that happened either before you even leave Kanathi's Roost? So you would just go on the ship. I mean, the ship was literally standing there. They could have just teleported me onto the ship. Then somebody would have come up to me and said, hey, by the way, somebody below deck wants to talk to you. Then the whole scene would have happened. I would have been transported to Cold Harbor. And then we would have woken up here instead of back at Kanathi's Roost, right? So it would have been the exact same thing, just changing a bunch of spawn points around, right? What a weird decision. I mean, I can sort of ignore that, right? It's happened now, and now I think it will be fine. I mean, at this point, we're pretty much at the proper start of the game, I feel like. Right now we're at the point where we can pretty much do whatever we want. Although I definitely want to check out the main quest. Yeah. I don't know. Once again, that's one of those weird decisions where doing less would have been better. I don't know. What a strange decision. Looks quite beautiful, though. I'm really, really happy that it chose this place to start. Because I've never been here in all my attempts at starting the game properly. And I talk about it as if I know a lot about the game. I mean, I kind of do to a degree, but really not all that much, right? And obviously, most of the locations that exist, especially nowadays, I've never seen. So, yeah. Anyways, really, really cool place. Which brings me to the end of today's stream. It was a lot of fun. It was really, really interesting at seeing how they reintroduced the old main quest into all of this. And it's going to be great to see how this continues. I honestly like the gameplay of the game. We'll see how they try to implement the main quest, the old main quest into all of this. So I guess we have sort of two main threads now that I can follow. The Cold Harbor Moloch Ball thing, where he wants to somehow anchor the world to his plane. And the other route is the Dominion and whatever's going on there. So, yeah. Two really cool leads that hopefully are going to be really, really interesting. I don't know when I'll be able to get back into the game. I do want to play some other stuff, and obviously there is Final Fantasy XIV still on the horizon as well, with a bunch of raiding. So tomorrow's probably only going to be 14 in the evening for me. So that will be 7 p.m. UTC when we'll start. Hopefully start for the first time with the Omega Protocol. So that's going to be really, really interesting. I'm excited to see how difficult the first phase is. I don't think it's going to be overly difficult, but it might take some time to iron out healing, especially in Pantocrator and the whole movement. And obviously we'll have to talk about how we won't want to do that in the first place, right? Yeah, maybe I'll be able to get back to this game on Wednesday. I'm not entirely certain on that, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, it was a ton of fun. And really excited to get back into this. So, until next time, I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Maybe I'll see you on the next stream as well. Bye-bye!